Muy feliz lunes a todos ustedes. Espero que hayan tenido un excelente fin de semana y la hayan pasado de huevos. Ayer fuimos a cenar delicioso con la familia de mi mujer, la pasamos a toda madre y simplemente espero que ustedes también hayan tenido un excelente fin de semana. Pues esta semana va a estar muy divertida, como todo, ha estado todo bastante divertido y más porque este fin de semana creo que la humanidad, y esto es una nota a mí, tengo que hacer esta nota. Me molesta mucho ver lo tontos que somos. Me molesta demasiado. Y eso no debería ser, eso no es problema de nadie más que mío. Por ende, también voy a dejar de ver cómo ustedes reaccionan a cosas. ¿Y a qué me refiero con esto? Ya saben que para mí yo no tengo que ver las noticias, yo lo que veo es cómo la gente de qué está hablando y cómo reaccionan a lo que están hablando y luego investigo por qué lo están haciendo. Eso para mí son de las cosas más importantes del planeta. Y este fin de semana salieron tres noticias muy duras. Y estas noticias son cosas repetidas. Vivimos en una repetición y como todos somos tan ingenuos, caemos en esta repetición, pero la repetición acelera. ¿Ok? Entonces, el día de hoy, y esto tengo que pedirle una disculpa gigantesca a todos ustedes, si tienes una moral muy alta, eres uno de esos caballeros del zodiaco, eres Goku en Super Saiyajin 4, eres la Madre Teresa de Calcuta y tienes un sentido del humor que no aguanta nada, cámbiale de canal. Cámbiale de canal en este momento. ¿Por qué? Porque voy a pasarme de verga. Voy a tener que irme al extremo, porque no hay otra forma de hacerlos entender. No es a ustedes, pero a la gente que viene casualmente a ver esto. Y voy a literalmente hacer algo que estoy muy emocionado. Voy a entrevistar a mi amigo David, que es un retrasado mental, ¿ok? Porque tiene muchas preguntas para que ustedes entiendan todo lo que está ocurriendo y platiquemos de las noticias desde otro punto de vista. Así que, David, bienvenido. Espero que estés muy bien. El micrófono es tuyo. Vamos a darle para adelante.
Gracias, señor. Qué divertido estar aquí en YouTube. Estaba viendo este fin de semana que hay muchas cosas muy alcistas en la economía y todas estas cosas muy alcistas son todas nuevas. Por ejemplo, se va a acabar el cierre de gobierno y eso es muy alcista. La otra cosa que es muy alcista es que Donald Trump acaba de anunciar que nos van a dar cheques de $2,000. Que la economía está muy fuerte, pero nos van a dar cheques de $2,000. Toda la gente va a hacer lo posible para poner todo su dinero en cripto y ver cómo se va a ir a $30 millones. Y también otra cosa que es totalmente nueva, las hipotecas. Las hipotecas las van a hacer de 50 años y eso va a causar inflación en el sector inmobiliario. Hay inflación en todos lados. ¿Cómo la ves, Salo?
Mi queridísimo David, gracias por la pregunta. Se aprecia muchísimo. Y voy a hacer esto para contestarte la pregunta muy sencillamente. Yo creo que te voy a invitar a que veas esta parte de un video que hice. Vamos a platicar en putiza de lo que es un video que hice yo hace un mes, mi David. Lo vamos a escuchar juntos. Vamos a ver qué dice el tío Salo del pasado. Y vamos a analizar bien qué es lo que sigue, ¿ok? Entonces, vamos a ponerle y espero que todo el mundo pueda escuchar bien y tú también, mi David, ¿ok? ¿Listo? Pues vamos a darle. ¿Qué les estoy diciendo? Todo el mundo en X y no paran, cabrones, no paran. Todos me están poniendo en mis replies dos cosas. Porque les he dicho, ¿no? Que, güey, la economía se va a ir para abajo. ¿Qué es lo que, qué es lo que nuestro delicioso llamado gobierno divino nos está vendiendo? ¿Qué es? Que va a haber inflación. Recuerden, han hecho todo lo posible. Mandaron a Peter Griffin, el CEO de Ford, a decirle a todos ustedes que los precios iban a subir y que gracias al cielo que él les iba a hacer un favor y darles un descuento de empleado antes de tener que subir los precios.
No.
Y los precios nunca subieron.
¿En serio?
¿Ok? Entonces, esta gran inflación que les están vendiendo a todos es por algo. Es porque todo el mundo quiere que reaccione de una manera.
¿Cómo? ¿De qué manera?
Y yo creo que voy a empezar ahí,
A
con la
ver.
reacción de una manera. Y no es por ventanear a este tipo, no sé quién sea, que me disculpe
A ver.
si es que le importa, pero pues ahí les va. Esta
Nacho
es la
es primo
reacción.
mío.
Bienvenidos al 2020, porque Nacho y sí no ha vivido más del 2020, donde pone última hora, el presidente Trump dice que está considerando mandar cheques de estímulo de $1,000 a $2,000 para todos los contribuyentes utilizando ingresos arancelarios.
Espérate. ¿Esto es de cuándo? ¿De hace un mes, el 2 de octubre? ¿Cómo es eso posible? Entonces hace un mes nos dijeron esto y se nos olvidó a todos.
Efectivamente, mi David. Voy a seguir poniendo play en el video para que lo veas, porque esa no es la primera vez que te lo dicen este año, ¿ok? Es muy importante, mi David. Así que paciencia, por favor.
Está bien, Charlie, no hay pedo.
Güey, bienvenidos al 2. Esa es la reacción de la gente. Esa es la reacción que todos ustedes
Eso es
están
como
teniendo,
yo
la que tiene el
pienso.
gran Nacho. Porque somos tan tontos. Perdón, Nacho, no te quiero decir tonto.
No
Este
le
güey
digas
se
así
cree
a
muy
Nacho.
inteligente. Porque somos tan fáciles de convencer de algo tan tonto. Y ahora, nadie se ha preguntado cuándo fue la última vez que Trump dijo esto.
¿Ah, qué? ¿Cuándo fue? Pues fue esa, ¿no? Tiene que ser... No se me ha olvidado más.
Julio del 2025.
Julio del 2025. ¿Qué estamos haciendo aquí? Nos dijeron esto antes en julio del 2025 y se nos olvidó. No puede ser, tío Dalo, ¿cómo?
Julio, agosto, septiembre, octubre. Han pasado 3 meses. 3 meses. Y a todo el mundo ya se le olvidó.
¿Cómo?
¿Y esto qué?
Seguro nos están borrando la mente o algo, porque esto yo no me acuerdo. ¿Y ahora qué está pasando? Acaba de pasar un mes de la última.
¿Qué quiere decir? ¿No se acuerdan cuando les dijeron que iba a haber otra pandemia 3 veces, 4, 5 veces después de la pandemia? ¿Y qué
No,
pasó? ¿No se
nunca harían
acuerdan? No
eso.
pasó nada.
¿Qué?
¿Ok? Y la otra, recuerden, la narrativa es inflación. ¿Qué
¿Qué?
es lo que me han estado mandando todos como locos?
Pero es lo que va a pasar, inflación, es lo que todo el mundo dice.
Güey, están imprimiendo dinero. Coinbase, si no lo sabes, déjame te digo esto con mucha atención, por favor.
A ver.
Coinbase, mi hermano, está haciendo, van a dar en Nueva York $12,000 a toda la gente que no tenga dinero.
Le va a
¡Wow!
dar es inflación.
Imprimir dinero. Se viene el 2020 otra vez.
Eso es
¿En
inflación,
serio?
¿eh?
Ok,
Oh,
aquí está, es cierto.
ahí
Coinbase
está.
está a punto de...
Ya hay
No puede
inflación.
ser. Un segundo, déjenme reviso esto. Están probándolo con 160 personas.
No, eso no le va a dar ni inflación a mis pantalones, tío Salo. ¿Cómo es eso
160
posible?
jóvenes adultos
¿Y la
en Estados
inflación?
Unidos que por lotería van a recibir $12,000 en USDC.
¿Y la inflación?
Y de nuevo, no los quiero convencer, no me interesa si están de mi lado o no, si están del otro es perfecto y espero que les vaya muy bien, les deseo lo mejor de corazón,
Y ojalá que sí, porque
pero para
muchos de
los
mis
que
amigos
les
están de
resuene
este
esto y que
lado, ¿eh?
entienden, ¿no? Los que han visto cómo hemos sacado dinero de este mercado a capa y espada, es por simplemente esto, entender que al buen Nachito lo tienen que hacer creer que estamos en el 2020 y que va a venir la inflación otra vez. No importa qué tanto te lo repitan.
¿Eh?
No importa.
¿Cómo?
No importa. Va a venir la inflación. Van a imprimir dinero. ¿Por qué?
¿Por
¿Por qué? Recuerden, la narrativa general que todos ustedes que están leyendo esto tienen que creer, porque es la que están siguiendo si están siguiendo estas cosas, es que la economía está fortísima en Estados Unidos.
Sí, está muy fuerte y por
Mira,
eso nos
nuestro
van a
PIB
dar
lo acaban de
dinero.
revisar a 3.8. El tercer cuarto va a ser aún más fuerte todavía. ¿Por qué entonces necesitamos cheques de estímulo que mandaría Donald Trump? ¿O podría ser que simplemente están repitiendo la noticia para que todo el mundo caiga y crea lo que cree el buen Nachito? Que estamos regresando al 2020 donde van a imprimir.
Espérame, tío Salo, tengo que hacerte una pregunta más. Sí, esto es cierto. Entonces explícame lo de las hipotecas de 50 años.
Vale, te lo explico rapidísimo y lo vamos a poner aquí en grande para que todo el mundo lo pueda ver también. mi estimado David. Ahí te va, ¿ok? Hace básicamente desde noviembre del 2023 le dijeron a todo el mundo que esto iba a venir, ¿ok, mi querísimo David? Y pues ahí yo tuve que comentar, ¿quién dijo hipotecas más largas? Hipotecas de 50 años se han vuelto muy populares. Y quiero que veas el comentario, porque tienes que entender algo, David. Yo era como tú. Yo creía todas estas tonterías, o sea, todas. Entonces yo decía, vale la pena notar que esto sería el último clavo en el ataúd. Si suben la duración de las hipotecas, mantienen intereses, nos da la señal de que los precios jamás van a bajar de donde están ahora. Y la repreciación sería a la alza, mi David. Eso es lo que pasaría, ¿ok?
Ahí está. Entonces sí subiría el precio de las casas y la inflación se va a quedar.
El problema, mi David, con esto es que literalmente cuando pones todo en papel, y 50 años no es bueno, porque literalmente cuando tienes un préstamo que tiene más duración, mi David, cuando el préstamo tiene más duración, tienes que poner más dinero adelantado de enganche. Entonces, la gente lo que no tiene es el dinero de enganche, mi David. Y además, como estás pagando de intereses esto en tu hipoteca y esto es lo que pagas del principal, que es el dinero que pediste prestado, ahora vas a seguir pagando esto, pero un poquito menos. Entonces, hipotecas que te costarían $3,600 te costarían 3,200.
Pero esto no es una diferencia suficientemente grande y además tengo que poner más dinero por adelantado.
Así es, mi David. Esa es la cosa. Y es por eso que le están vendiendo a todo el mundo ahorita que el 2026 va a ser el mejor año de todos, que la inflación viene de vuelta, para que toda la gente que, me parece que dijiste que todos tus amigos creen lo que tú crees.
Todos creen con Nachito, que es un gran amigo mío, que lo pusiste ahí. También cree esto, ¿eh? También cree esto. Entonces, todo el mundo, todos mis amigos, la gente que yo convivo con diario, piensan así. Entonces, ¿cómo nos están engañando a todos?
Así es, mi David. Tristemente, es fácil engañarnos a todos de esa forma, pretendiendo que va a haber inflación de vuelta. Y sobre todo cuando vas a las tiendas, David, has ido a comprar ropa, muebles, has visto.
Y me gusta mucho ir a las tiendas y veo que todo está en descuento.
Entonces, ¿dónde está la inflación, mi David?
Ok. Ay, creo que ya te entendí.
A ver, si me entendiste, David, explícamelo.
Esto que nos están diciendo es una noticias repetidas porque se nos olvida todo, porque todo el día estoy en TikTok viendo tetas de mujeres bailando y brincando, entonces mi memoria se ha afectado y están aprovechando de ello. La economía en verdad está en la mierda y están literalmente descontando todo. Todo lo están descontando, pero la gente sigue pensando que hay inflación porque las engañan.
Mi David, le diste en el clavo a este pedo.
O sea, no, puede que sea retrasado mental, pero no pendejo.
Damas y caballeros, ¿les quedó claro o no? ¿Necesitan otro ejemplo de estos? Esa es la pregunta, esa es la pregunta. ¿Les quedó claro o todavía necesitan que les explique a todos los imbéciles? Perdón, ese es mi changuito, el tío Salo se está yendo, vamos a traerlo de vuelta. A toda la gente en X que te está poniendo esto. Hemos logrado llegar al punto más pendejo de la civilización, al más, al más. Nunca en mi vida he visto algo así, nunca, 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 nunca. Y está bien, pero personalmente yo ya llegué a mi fin de eso. Entonces, tuve que venir con un poco de empuje a esto para que quedara claro, ¿ok? Si alguien se ofendió o lo que sea, güey, pélatela, vete a llorar a otro lado, ¿no? O ponlo en los comentarios que no voy a leer, cualquier cosa que necesite. Es que no sé qué extremo tengo que usar para algo que es tan obvio. No, ya no, o sea, ya no, siento literalmente que estoy hablando con la pared. Porque la misma gente que ve esto me pregunta de esas cosas. No tiene sentido alguno en mi cabeza. Entonces, tenía que irme a un extremo completamente loco para que quedara claro. Es muy importante, muy importante. ¿Por qué todo el mundo está rogando que les manden cheques? Porque están en la mierda, están todos jodidos. Están todos jodidos. ¿Entienden? Cuando ves películas, ahorita acabo de ver una película buenísima con Seth Rogen, Keanu Reeves y Aziz, que es el director y escritor, buenísimo. Y en esta película, Keanu Reeves es un ángel y viene al mundo porque Aziz tiene una vida de mierda, trabaja 3 trabajos y no le alcanza para nada. Y entonces lo pone, ya sabes que un ángel te concede un deseo y te cambia la vida y te ponen los zapatos de alguien que tiene mucho dinero para que entiendas que no te va a ayudar en nada, ¿no? Es básicamente la premisa de esto. Pero la película se trata de hacer entender a la gente lo mierda que es la vida en estos días en Estados Unidos. ¿Alguien me puede decir qué otras señales necesitan todos? No, no, o sea, cuando ya lo ves reflejado en arte, porque en el 2008 lo veíamos en todas nuestras series de televisión que hablaban de la recesión, no recesión, etcétera, y de todo el mundo en el mercado laboral y toda la mierda. Ahorita lo están haciendo otra vez. No entiendo qué está viendo la gente o cómo los tienen o si los hipnotizaron o si vivo solo en esta puta simulación. No entiendo. No entiendo cómo algo que es tan obvio repetido una y otra 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 vez continúa pasando y permeando a todos sus oídos como si fuera una realidad. Las hipotecas de 50 años fuera de pedo, el pago cambia por un par de cientos de dólares y tienes que poner más por adelantado en una hipoteca de ese tamaño. No lo han aprobado. Tampoco han aprobado lo de Trump. No, nada más no lo han aprobado, cabrón. Scott Bessent, hay gente que no es tan pendeja, es pendeja porque siguen en esto, pero aquí les va. Ted no es tan pendejo. Les vamos a poner lo que es Ted acá para que lo puedan ver rápido. Y acá pone, después de hacer mucha investigación, descubrí que los $2,000 de dividendo no es un típico cheque de estímulo. Scott Bessent salió hace pocas horas a aclarar la situación y explica que el dividendo puede tomar diferentes formas. Puede ser algo como una deducción de impuestos en vez de que les manden dinero. Tal vez sea excluir este pago de 2,000 cuando tengas que pagar impuestos en propinas, en ¿cómo se dice overtime? Cuando trabajas, no sé cómo se dice, Social Security, también que lo puedas deducir de los pagos que estás haciendo. Esto no son un cheque de $2,000. O sea, este güey mínimo no está tan perdido. ¿Ok? Y ahí está Scott Bessent diciéndotelo también. No entiendo qué necesiten. ¿Por qué? Entiendo el por qué, porque los hicieron desesperados, los hicieron a todos adictos al casino. Y lo malo de esto es que el casino está jugando en su contra. Todos están adentro del casino y todos quieren sacarse la lotería de la noche a la mañana y es lo que están buscando todos ustedes. O tal vez no todos ustedes, pero la gran mayoría de gente, que es lo que está buscando hacerse rica en el casino de la noche a la mañana. Y por eso alabamos a gente que se hizo rica ganando la lotería una vez y creemos que todo lo que hablan de negocios, de economía, de todo, es literalmente religión, porque ese güey se sacó la lotería. Compró Nvidia o Tesla o Bitcoin hace años, lo aguantó y ahora es un genio. Sabe todo de bienes raíces, sabe todo del mercado inmobiliario, sabe todo. La gente que ha hecho eso, pues no tiene nada de experiencia, nada, solamente lo han hecho, ¿no? O sea, puede que hayas hecho $100 millones en transacciones en bienes raíces, pero no sabes nada, güey, porque mi cuate David, que es retrasado mental, se sacó la lotería, ¿no? En una de estas cosas, y él dice que las casas van a subir de precio con esto. Así es como todo el mundo juzga todo ahora. Y es impresionante. Y toda la gente que dice esto, todos, lo único que están haciendo es hacerlo por atención y dinero y siendo anónimos, que es lo más raro de todo. Así que suerte con todo ese pedo a todo el mundo. Güey, agárrense, que la inflación viene con todo, con todo. Nada más no le digan a las agencias de coches ni a los lugares de que venden ropa, ni tampoco a las tiendas, ni a los restaurantes. No, nada más no le digan a ellos. Viene la inflación con todo. Y si no quieren caer en pendejadas, damas y caballeros, si quieren aprender a invertir como nosotros sin tener que lidiar con estas estupideces, cáiganle a nuestro Discord de Elite Trading Academy. ¿Por qué no? Aquí lo tienen, es absolutamente gratuito y aquí les mandamos todo lo que necesitan, damas y caballeros. Este es nuestro canal dedicado a las alertas de trade que tenemos en nuestro sitio web, pero tienen acá todos los análisis del buen Alex, tienen también los análisis del gran Farhan, tienen las pendejadas que les pongo yo que son irrelevantes, el dólar y cosas así. No se preocupen, yo no soy el que les esté enseñando a tradear, son estos monstruos. Yo, como siempre, no sé nada. How to trade, cómo usar exchanges de futuros, también lo tienen aquí directo. Tienen nuestros enlaces ¿cómo se dice? De todos nuestros socios, las cosas que usamos. También tienen nuestro tab de Criptolingo, donde les contamos todas las abreviaciones, todo lo que tal vez no están, se les está yendo porque no lo han visto abreviado o algo así. Aquí lo tienen en español y en inglés. Y si no entiendes criptolingo y no entiendes lo que estamos diciendo en estos en vivos, lo único que te falta es literalmente reventarte un curso de bases para poder hablar el mismo lenguaje que nosotros. Nosotros ofrecemos algo que se llama de cero a trader, cuesta $29 y con eso en 1 hora 40 minutos debes de entender todo lo que estamos hablando acá. Y si tienes preguntas, tenemos clases 2 veces al mes y aquí esta semana tenemos clase el jueves, así que si quieres venir, preguntarnos cualquier cosa que no te quedó claro, lo que sea, será un placer verlos por ahí como siempre y esas clases siempre nos dan buenos trades, no sé por qué, entonces estoy emocionado también de verla esta vez. Caigan a nuestro sitio web, vengan a Tutos, que también el enlace está aquí abajo, si quieren aprender cómo tradear en nuestros exchanges para usar futuros, como nosotros, para hacer cortos y largos. Pícale a cómo tradear en Bitunix, también tenemos Bluffing ahí abajo. Y acá en putiza, 11 minutitos, 10 segundos, te vas a reventar un video gratuito que te enseña cómo abrir tu cuenta, cómo fondearla, cómo mandar dinero, cómo encontrar tu cartera, cómo mandarla a futuros, todo el desmadre que necesites. Aquí lo vas a tener y lo vas a encontrar en 11 minutos, cómo abrir un corto, cómo abrir un largo, cómo poner un take profit, cómo poner un stop loss, cómo sacar tu dinero, cómo apalancarte, etcétera. Te puedes apalancar hasta 125x. Eso quiere decir con $1,000, $125,000 en un trade lo puedes hacer. Y también usamos Bluffing. Bluffing te deja apalancarte hasta 150x y también usamos BTCC que te deja apalancarte hasta 500, que es con $1,000 puedes abrir un trade de $500,000. Aquí tienes todo eso. Así que ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Vámonos a los análisis potentes de los Bitcoin. Aquí tengo al buen Alex y a Farhan. Gentlemen, good morning. How are you?
Buenos dias, muchachos. Doing well. Happy Monday.
You were going to say Friday, and we're starting this off like really, really.
You know, I'm not even gonna lie. I came this close to saying Friday.
Listen, it's fine. Today we can get away with anything because I already played a retarded person for the first 20 minutes of this video. So I'm just making sure because the way that I played it is I have this friend who's mentally retarded, and he's going to ask me about all these inflation things that are happening, right? Because they told him that housing was going to go into inflation because of the longer term loans, then the check for the $2,000 and everything. And I had to show him how this has all been discussed already for years. And it's all a ploy of just like saying bullshit that makes no sense. And at the end, he understood. He told me he might be retarded, but he's not a dumbass, which I appreciated. Unlike most people, by the way. So, Alex, without further ado, show us where to make money, please, today. I'm very interested in this.
Is it just me that sees two screens currently? Or
you see what?
Else? Two screens. I sent a picture into the group chat. It looks really weird on my end.
Really? What about now?
I see like two. Still see two screens.
What about now?
Still. I tried refreshing it multiple times as well.
What about you, Alex?
Yeah, I see it, but I don't know if the viewer can see two screens. Maybe it's just.
What do you see, though, on X?
No, I'm going to X now. He's just referring to StreamYard only.
Oh, on StreamYard, you're seeing the two because it's giving you the option of seeing it vertical and horizontal. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Yeah, on X,
it's all good. We're fucking worrying. Jesus Christ.
I'm just retarded.
Fucking God. You know what, Farhan? Get the fuck out of here. I'm just
I'm just a retard.
Hey, don't try to steal my friend's David's mojo, okay? He's the retard. You leave him alone.
You got to factor that in, the retard part.
All right, Alex, we'll let you do your thing. I'm sorry. Go on, sir.
Oh, good. Perfect. Yeah, no, I mean, weekend was pretty feisty for shorts, honestly. You had a nice short squeeze up into, Friday, Saturday. We were gauging the 12-hour 9. Very easy setup. Often when you're under the 12-hour 9, rallies up to it will either reject or you will break out and get a reclaim. Now, for me, on the 12-hour, going up to the 12-hour EMA 34 often just equates to a daily EMA 9 retest and maybe a move closer to the 21. And now we're just really watching today. We understand the 12-hour did get the reclaim of the 9, but you actually haven't tested it yet. So this is going to be a really interesting spot today. Do bulls here get a price structure shift, a trend shift as well, potentially granted a higher low here before breaking out? Or do we actually just deviate to 12-hour 9, leading to another major move down? Remember, here in this region, in the beginning of November, the major move down was just based off of the, you can have the 9, but then how I view the moving averages is once you reclaim the 9, you go to the 21, you reclaim the 21, you'll go to the 34. But if you just start rejecting that 34, that diminishes a buy trigger here in the 12-hour. When you get a 12-hour EMA 34 reclaim, that will give you a major move up. Visually, you can see this green line. That's the EMA 100 sitting at 110,300. That can just be your major move up or your squeeze up. But when you start rejecting the EMA 34 on the 12-hour after reclaiming the 9, you do need to look at this as a throwback potential. And if you start losing this 9, that'll be your trigger that, yeah, this potentially was a massive trap and we are going to move down. Again, very similar to what happened here in November. Nice move up, reclaimed even that 21, couldn't get past the 34, lost the 9, rejected, went down. Now, because when you start viewing this on the 12-hour, you can just clearly see, yeah, you're at the extremity high, just visually based on that 34. But then when you go to the daily, you haven't actually tested that daily 9 up until the weekend. So now you can see into Sunday, you didn't actually get a reclaim of that. Into today, it's actually looking pretty nasty. You have a move up trying to hit the 21. Again, 12-hour 34, EMA 34 held. And now what you have potentially is a massive trap scenario, leading to a lot of longs trapped that were really wanting that 109,000 breakout, or closer even to 112,000. I was seeing that on CT over the weekend. And, you can really see here that, we were forming a channel on the lower time frames. Let's see, I believe on the 8-hour, you did have a volatility setup potentially brewing. Now it's at 64%. You didn't actually get that set up. And really today, you can just see why it's very important for bulls to actually get a bounce from this point. If they just start massively losing control here, this is the spot where you would expect a major rejection down. Again, just based on the daily here, you have the daily EMA 9, price is currently under it, leaving a pretty nasty wick high rejection. But also you can see major support, right? The dotted line, remember we were talking about this, lose the 109.3, wasn't convinced it was going to hold. You've already hit it a few times. You did end up losing it. Now you've rallied right up to it and currently back right under it. Giving you another objective, if you stay under that, specifically 105,700 region would give you that 101 target. Really, look at how many times we've hit this low 101 region on Bitcoin. I mean, let's just count this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Probably on the 7th, not going to hold. And this will actually be your 95.5 breakdown. That's the objective for bears at this point. Reject essentially that 106K region. You will move down to the low 101 region. Breaking 99.8 on a daily close, for me, will confirm a 95.5 move on Bitcoin. Because we still can't disregard the 5-day, which to me is still very much telling a story here. Firstly, a 5-day BBWP pretty mature here and expanding. And this currently is still expanding to the downside. Now you do see here, we've talked about the 5-day EMA 9 setup, which is just very simply lose the 5-day 9. You often reject it and start moving down. And that really can give you pretty major moves up. But just respecting that 5-day EMA 9 and trading it as such really can just be the easy trade. I mean, here you had a pretty nice move up, even at that wick high 9% move, but not able to reclaim the 5-day 9, leading to the next leg down. So here, really, all bulls really have is like what we mentioned here, that price divergence. Just draw it on the 5-day here, not taking out this low, moving up, but you can just clearly see now you're just kind of at that mid-range. that 106K region will be important because if you can't get back above that, you won't have an opportunity to reach that 109,300, which is going to be a major spot for Bitcoin. It's still, to me, is a very, very big zone that we all should be watching if we even get it at all. And that's just based on that daily SMA 200. We did lose it, and this is why we talk about you will eventually retest it. Bitcoin often does. It doesn't have to happen immediately. Would be nice if it does, but you can just see here you have many points of resistance before even reaching that daily EMA 34. If you're just simply rejecting the daily EMA 9 currently, that's not really a major sign of confidence for bulls that are calling for that 109,300 breakout. Or possibly even higher. I've been seeing a lot of people actually calling this a bottom, which is very interesting to me. Because, that doesn't really make too much sense, calling this a bottom when you haven't even reclaimed a daily EMA 9, right? That just doesn't make too much sense. You could at least, very minimum, wait for a daily EMA 9 reclaim and then start maybe making those claims. But just making those claims while you're rallying right up to it really does make it seem more gauged to move down. Gets everyone bullish. You're just putting in a bearish retest on the daily before you move down. But for me now, I'm just sitting currently on my hands and I'm watching today. I want to see personally if this 12-hour EMA 9 will hold or if it won't hold. And so until then, I'm just waiting. We have 8 hours, 58 minutes. Anything could happen here. I want to see if bulls are going to try to hold this throwback in this region. Right, could come anywhere, even as low as 104. But as long as you hold the 12-hour 9, I'm going to be looking at that as just simply a buy trigger that we've talked about, very easily a buy trigger. But if you start losing this into today, while even maybe putting in a shooting star here, maybe an evening star, we'll have to see. That could be really good confluence that all we really have to do is just play this region, maybe watch for this wick high, and maybe gauge lower. But again, that's all going to be really dependent on the daily closures for me today. Now, if we go and gauge the HPDR, you can see you're still pretty much at the cliffside edge on the daily. You did get back above the 38.2%. You do notice here the median and the EMA 21 are pretty much about to touch each other, which will be nice. We'll have to see where that goes into tomorrow. But again, for me, I need that daily 9 to get reclaimed if we're going to start talking about it. EMA 21 retest. And so again, this just gives me more confluence on preferably bulls just hold this region on dailies. We'll give them more confluence, maybe making a move up. 107 could be, the next spot. Take this wick out. People shorting into the shooting star if it forms even, maybe get taken out. But if you just simply can't reclaim that EMA 9 on the daily, I would be very cautious of this breaking down from here. And really what we saw into the weekend was just simply a short squeeze. Just a short squeeze, moved up. But even if you're playing your lower time frames, play what you know, right? I've talked pretty extensively about the 4-hour EMA 100, how it's just pretty easy spot to position long or short. This again isn't a boost of confidence when, okay, you got the buy trigger with the 4-hour above the 34 here, even had this little channel, lower highs, broke it, trend shift, went up to the EMA 100. Again, this is just not the spot you really want to go long. You rather now want to see this get reclaimed if you're going to start longing this. You can easily just wait for the 4-hour EMA 100 to get reclaimed, confluence of that daily EMA 9 reclaim before going up to that 109,300. Till then, 55 minutes. Let's see if bulls deviate here, that 105,700, or actually get a buyback and hold that zone into this 4-hour. You can see here, it's like a battle today. Really, who's going to take control, bulls or bears? And currently, honestly, it's still too early to know. I mean, and that's just what I'm trying to hit home on. Wait for today. We'll be a lot better. Because you can easily come down to this region and then the 12-hour EMA 9 holds. And shorting into a 12-hour EMA 9 retest, to me, just seems quite aggressive because it really could just bounce up and do that, and then even roll over. Often, again, we've seen the easy trade has just been once it's lost, we can just start scaling shorts on the lower time frames, like the 4-hour, 6-hour, but use the 12-hour as our kind of guide here. And as long as we stay under that 9, you can just catch a pretty easy move down. So watch today very carefully. For me, 106K is resistance. That's going to be a big spot. You had a pretty good weekend squeeze, but again, it really didn't shift too much for me. And even on the daily, nothing has changed really. Nothing at all. Even yesterday, you couldn't even get back above the daily 9 after a pretty epic move up. So, I just be aware of that. Let's look at that 2-day now. 2-day also gives me confluence. Nothing really has changed. Let's see if we break out from here, but even here, you can just see more evidently that this is just a 2-day bearish retest. Nothing more, nothing less. You're taking setups on the 6-hour, 12-hour, daily, but even on the 2-day here, this is just telling you this is a bearish retest. Loss of support, rallied up, confluence of that with the 2-day EMA 9. Mind you, the 2-day EMA 9 was the last spot you really bigly rejected, 8%. So just something to be aware. This, I don't think, will revert to a red candle in 8 hours, but you could easily just see into the next 2-day, possibly stays under that 105,700, rallies right back up to it, and then rolls over. Now, the 2-day I still want to talk about. I do think it's pretty important here. Let me see here, this one. No. Because you can see that 2-day SMA 200 was the spot. Like, it is a big spot. And so if you start losing this 2-day SMA 200 on Bitcoin, for me, I don't know why that reappeared. This will be really good confluence that, something is shifting here. And you've essentially just been above it the entire bull market. To me, I'm going to be using this, and it's really lined up closely with that 99.8. If we start losing that zone on the 2-day, this will be, in my opinion, the start of a major breakdown, and possibly that's giving us an idea that the monthly is not actually going to hold its EMA 9. So I just be very aware of that. Mentally note that 2-day SMA 200 has been a major spot. And mind you, as long as Bitcoin is going under and rejecting its daily 9, can't even get above its daily SMA 200, you are going to have more of a chance of coming back, retesting this region. So bulls are really just needing this to bottom, move up to a new high. This is still in a very tricky spot, though. You very easily could roll over here and then lose this spot. So just be very aware of that. If you are getting aggressively bullish, you can make the argument once you get back above the moving averages. That's just been the easy buy trigger on Bitcoin. What occurs here has just been like lots of chop, not fun. Often gives you a contraction of volatility. So just something to note, just perspective there. And this will line up nicely with 99.8 in the coming days for sure. That's a big spot for me. And that also is uncoincidentally right where you bottomed, right here before you made that new high. And even here, you made that local bottom here. So this is a good perspective. Because into last week, we were talking about, really honestly, this spot here, right at that 99.8, 100K psychological number. Once that was lost, that was just kind of the start of that move down to $74,000. So Bitcoin is still, somewhat choppy, but when you start dissecting it on like the daily, 2-day, and even the 5-day, it does become more clear. The levels are very easy to understand on the daily. As long as you're under that daily 9, you really just can't be talking about higher targets. But you can clearly see once you get back above the daily 9 and get daily closures back above 106K, for me, that'll be really good confluence of opening up the potential of moving all the way up to that 109.3. And at that point, if we're at 109.3, you would just expect potentially a wick up to here and get the retest. I am still expecting, though, rallies up to this region, if we get it at all, to massively reject. I'm not expecting this to hold. I think bulls have been engineered to just kind of long, these deviations. And well, you're just still in the position of potentially putting in a bearish retest on the daily. So just be very aware of that if you get the daily SMA 200 retest, because a lot of things line up with that zone. You have that 5-day 9, and if you don't like dailies, well, the 5-day is pretty powerful, and it's also lining up nicely with the cross here. You could see the 5-day 9 cross the 21, in the next 2 closures of the 5-day. And that would signal to me that, yeah, bears are in more control in the 5-day. And even on this 5-day rally, you just essentially tested that 5-day EMA 34, actually. Now that I'm seeing it. More confluence, and probably why you shouldn't be aggressively longing here until you at least get some more closures back above 106K. Because this was pretty strong support, actually. You can just see before it did end up getting lost. And so now, really, what you've been seeing on Bitcoin, and I'm glad I saw this on the weekly. Maybe I call this the 5-day. This is the weekly. What I've been noticing on the weekly is on these moves down, you've actually been showing enormous weakness. When you got this weekly deviation, and I remember this, we were talking about 116, big zone, probably not the spot to be longing. You then massively rejected, lost the 9 and the 21. Often in this zone, when you lose the 9 and the 21, you do generally retest the 9. You only got just like that little retest of the 21 before, massively putting in a red dildo 5% on the closing basis. Right? Like you often lose the moving averages, and then you'll go like here, the 34, 21, and 9 was lost. Since the 34 was lost, I would look for a move up to the 21. And that did play out. 9 literally also got hit, and then you reject it down. It's very rare to just reject a 34 and then roll over if you're, strong on Bitcoin. So for me, I mean, you did just simply reject the 21 and move down. You have now officially to the T retested that 34, which visually has been support. So again, just being very aware of this region. We're still not out of this zone that we're going to capitulate. My target still is 69,000 by December. And honestly, it's pretty much lining up perfectly, actually. If you start looking at this, again, just based on the EMAs, this move that we had up really got a lot of people bullish, actually. Like on crypto Twitter, I saw a lot of people on Friday talking about the bottom is in on just a simple move on a weekly EMA 34 retest. Now, again, if you get back above this 34, awesome. We'll watch the 9. But still, again, this is a really good perspective. It's kind of sobering because if you are going to be weak, this will end up going down to the EMA 100. Perfect. I think my AirPods died. Nice. Now, something to note here on weekly volatility is you are almost about to break out. You're starting to creep up. Now, we've been watching this for a while, so just something to watch into going into December, because you have a lot of like domino effects on Bitcoin right now, which is the 5-day is starting to fire off, and actually it's pretty mature here, actually. When you start looking at that and you start moving up on the time frames, you then can start seeing the 6-day actually is putting in a pretty massive volatility setup. Let me actually see here. 7 reads. Okay. Have you ever had 7 reads on the 6-day? No. So this is actually the biggest 6-day setup on the verge of firing off. Again, more reasons on why you should be very aware of this region here on Bitcoin. You could just simply reject 106K, or you could go up to the 109.3s. Regardless, both results for me are rejections down to lower. As long as Bitcoin is under 109.300, you are not really allowed to get bullish on Bitcoin. And when people are getting bullish on Bitcoin, it really is a concern here because you have seen massive capitulations at this exact point that you're at. And this is what we talked about into last week. And we got a bounce off 99.8, reclaimed 101.200, you will go to that 105,700. But at that point, 105,700 is a major spot because that is the last spot that literally rejected you down. And then on this rejection down, even 6-day volatility started to fire off all the way down to that 74,300 low. So now what do you have? Well, you're still under that 105,700. This rally up was nice, but it just kind of got everyone aggressively bullish. Weekly is still in a massive sell trigger, even giving you confluence down to $74,000. And really the 6 days actually about to fire off, confirmed in 4 days. So we'll need to really be watching this actually carefully because this is the biggest setup you've had on the 6 day per the index chart. Let's see what HPDR. Are we breaking out on HPDR? Or are we in a massive, breakdown? Well, you're not breaking out. So, okay, well, 6 days not bottomed. It's just not bullish off the bat. You do see if you don't hold that 61.8%, you can easily get a move down to the 78.6% at 94,100. The domino effect, right? So then the 5 days bleeding into the 6 day. Let's check the 10 day. Right, the 10 day. Let's see here. Again, another massive volatility setup, starting to break back above the moving average. All right, a major move is coming on Bitcoin. Is it, the God rally, or is we just about to print so much money this is going to break out from here? Well, I guess on CT that's what's about to happen. All while you're just still in a 15-day breakdown, and you rejected the 38.2% pretty perfectly, actually. And volatility is still very, very low. Very low, actually. So, we're going to watch the 15-day very carefully. I want to see if this zone, and this will give you good confluence too, that this is breaking down. You just start losing that 105,700. To me, it just was a big zone of resistance here. It flipped well into support on the 15-day. So we'll watch that very carefully. But again, that was the spot that rejected. And you even, got a green candle up, couldn't close above, rejected down. And that was the start of the move down. So for me on Bitcoin, we're watching very carefully this zone. I want to use the daily 9 to give me confluence. We're going to actually squeeze up into that 107, maybe into 109.3s. But when you're, getting a daily candle like this, it tells me you're either going to aggressively short on lower time frames, just target like this and use today's high. But for me, I do want to see how today develops. I think that'll be wise. But really, if bears are going to take control here, they are just simply going to break down at this point, turning this candle into a massive shooting star, and maybe even coming down to 103.3 and possibly even lower. Now, if we are going to be bullish, you will see 105,700 hold. You will see dailies hold, and the 12-hour 9 just simply will get a bounce. Now, mind you, if you are shorting, you have not tested this region yet. So that means that you literally could come all the way down, test the 12-hour 9, sitting right into that 104K region. Maybe you wick down to 103,700, and it holds the throwback, and then you break out. This is what you don't want to get trapped in if you are shorting here, because, well, this very easily could happen. And I have a little channel here that did get the breakout. I thought it would be a breakdown. Perfectly okay. And really, if you get the throwback, then this could lead into, well, this is just going to trap shorts. That's why for me, I'm not going to position until tonight, tomorrow. More data here will be in our favor, because we know really once you start deviating and losing, you don't have FOMO here. You just simply play what you know, and really trend will take action here, and you'll just start aggressively moving down. Because again, when you're in an environment where 5-day BBWP is firing off, and 6-day is in the midst of firing off with the biggest setup ever recorded on the index chart, that tells you that, yeah, volatility is really primed. These setups could literally be green 1 minute and then red the next. So we just have to be very careful Timing will be very key. But for me, 106 to 105,700 is a major zone. And once you actually do lose 99.8, even come back down to this 2-day SMA 200. If you do lose this 2-day SMA 200, that'll be my first start of, we potentially are in a massive bear market on Bitcoin. And the monthly is not going to hold the EMA 9 into November. So we're not very far from that right now. So just be very aware of 99.8. We'll go to tether dominance here. Let's take a look. Let's see if we are so back, so bottomed, and so rich or not. Because, again, if we're so bottomed and back, then tether dominance should actually be very bearish. So let's see if it is. For me, right, we circled these highs, talked about, if you can't get back above the 5.58, 5.57%, you will just revert back down to the 5.24%. Now, it's very interesting because you've seen the 2-day actually just retest the 2-day 9. This doesn't look very bearish to me quite yet. And again, this is a good chart on why you probably should wait if you're not clear on direction on Bitcoin. You either will just simply lose 5.23%, 5.23, 5.24, deviate it and just lose it, stay under it, opens the new range back to 5%. And boom, there's your big move up on Bitcoin. Maybe 109.3s to 110,000 gets tested. But again, you don't want to be front running that idea if you're just simply, you knew a throwback was going to happen and you are currently above the support level. This zone here has been really important for tether dominance. You got a major rejection down right at 5.24% and putting in major rejections, rejection. So this could be the first sign into tonight's close that this is major support. If that is major support, this is a major shift for me. And we are potentially starting to see what was major resistance being shifted into support, which is exactly what you want to see if you're trading higher timeframes. Right? Remember this weekly EMA 100? If tether dominance even went down all the way to 5%, still would be bullish to me. Just would need to really move out of that range, get back above 5.24. But what do we see? Well, actually, you've retested on the weekly 5.24. You even wicked down a little below that. But this weekly is actually looking pretty good for maybe a spring scenario if we can actually get up. This could churn green in 6 days. You've already gotten the throwback. Bulls are looking at this as just continuation up, filling this wick. We have been doing that. If we made this wick, you tried to go up, you're just still trying to fill these wicks up, moving up. All while the new range is technically now 5.57 is resistance and possibly, well, that's why we need to gauge the 2-day. 5.24 is trying to hold as support. Now the daily here, we've gotten one closure above. We'll see if we get the next. But you see here, the daily is losing the 9. So if you need confluence that this potentially is going to move up, just simply wait for a daily EMA 9 reclaim. All right, 5.24 holds, maybe a reconnection with the 21. Confluence of a move up once the 5-day 9. Daily EMA 9, my apologies, autistic. Daily EMA 9 gets retested and held as support before moving up. It's very easy. It's stayed under it, reclaimed it, held it as support, and you moved up. So for me on Bitcoin, you do have really easy setups going into tonight's close that, really could tell you if we're actually going to be bullish or bearish. And for me, it's really early to position into today. You have 8 hours to go until a daily and 2-day, closes. Better off if you're not positioned just to wait at this point. To me, though, tether dominance is not looking the worst. And that would mean that Bitcoin is more likely still to move down, potentially. I'm just, again, seeing a lot of people talking about a bottom's formed. And really, honestly, the bottom form looks like potentially on tether. So again, we'll be very aware of the zone we're in. Simply a moving average range. 5% on tether remains the big spot for me. If you start losing 5% on tether, that's when I'll start saying, okay, yeah, maybe then bulls have shifted back in control, and perhaps we are going to see a major breakout on Bitcoin. Until then, you're just simply bouncing off the mid-range that was massive resistance, and 5% is lingering with a 5-day EMA 9, just waiting for it to be tested. Remember, the 5-day EMA 9 into this dump, when again, everyone got really bullish on Bitcoin, this is when we were saying, no, this looks like the spot you're going to bounce. So to me, now it's 5%, and we'll really be gauging 5.24 on the 2-day. You lose this on the 2-day, that can give you confidence that you are going to move down to 5%, and Bitcoin will perhaps get that deeper move up. So that's what I'm watching on Tether dominance here. I'm also to the 6-day chart. You can see the 6-day is actually breaking out, front running Bitcoin. And so again, that's why bulls just want continuation here. No big deal. Not a major deal to just see continuation. Confluence that, yeah, 5% should hold. You have the top side 38.2% at 5.92%. Easily could shift up here at 5%. These ranges shift up. Again, just giving you the idea that continuation here could be likely. Look what happened last time on this 2-day. You got the reclaim, but you rejected 5.57%. You then moved down. You retested the meme line, and then that was the move that took you to the SMA 200 on the 2-day. So that's why we need to be gauging the same setup potentially here. All volatility is pretty mature. So I'd be very cautious on Bitcoin. I'm not very bullish actually on Bitcoin. And I have my criterias. Again, we can go through this really fast. Is the daily EMA 100 going to reclaim? No, it's not. Sitting right at 110,000. You're not very good. So week 9 just wow. All right, we're so back. Don't know what happened there. Is the weekly 9 reclaimed? Well, no, it's not. And actually, you just lost freshly to 34. That instantly puts this in a sell trigger. And even the weekly HBDR is telling you this isn't a massive sell trigger. So, okay, that's not very bullish. Weekly EMA 34 loss. And the only hopium now is the monthly 9. That is it. But that is why, for me now, I'm going to be using that 2-day SMA 200 on Bitcoin to really tell me if this monthly 9 is not going to hold. As long as you stay under the 2-day SMA 200, you aren't going to hold this monthly 9. And then I can just run with that bias. We all can, actually. It's pretty nice. So, no, I'm not very bullish on Bitcoin. I'm actually very cautious here. Looking at weekend price action as a short squeeze. And the short squeeze potentially could be over. We'll know if 106K gets reclaimed on a daily. Will be very easy to understand that, yeah, we potentially will move up to 109.3 at that point. Until then, I'm just looking at this as a massive bearish retest. And the weekly is actually quite primed to move down. You are in a weekly HBDR breakdown with volatility slowly moving up in the midst of these red dildo parties. So again, what has occurred when the weekly HBDR has been in a breakdown? You've seen major moves down. This was a 14.38% red dildo. So, just be very cautious. Something big is going to happen here. If you ask everyone, it's bullish. Well, really, the chart is telling you, screaming actually, that it's not really looking too bullish. Just be very cautious. Going into this week, Bitcoin dominance next isn't a breakout. We are holding above the 59.7%, but unfortunately, you still have not gotten on what I view as a buy trigger, right? The HBDR is in a breakout. Still, we're not getting reclaims of the EMA 34. Now, last week I wanted to see this hold, and it did not. You even put in an evening star here, right here. So now what we have is, well, this is where shorts are running their stop. Let's see if into this week we can actually get Bitcoin dominance to break out, take this high. And again, everything I was saying, which is weekly buy trigger above the EMA 34, we can just play that. You probably get a retest, and then into December, you start moving up bigly. Still in a very precarious spot, though, for Bitcoin dominance, I will say. She's trying to get it up, but right, it's a race against time for bulls now. They must get it up by this week. They must get it up, or they potentially are going to see a rejection or rollover, potentially getting back inside the 38.2% range, targeting the median and the EMA 100. Today, not looking too hot. We'll be honest. You're now just at the shit line, really. Gotta hold this zone on Bitcoin dominance. If you can't hold this zone, again, you'll just see a major move down to 57.4% and like a massive move down, like a major red dildo. Just stair-step price action to a major dump. Again, the 60.7% is a pretty big level. We're still really watching that as such. Specifically, really, the analysis lies if the monthly 9 can get reclaimed or not. So far, it has not, and we were trying to use the weekly buy trigger, right? Weekly EMA 34 reclaims to really gauge if the monthly was going to actually be strong or not. So far, we're still above the meme line, but you're still rejecting the weekly 34, which is a cause of concern here for Bitcoin dominance. If you can't hold 57.4%, just be very aware of a major move down, possibly testing this monthly EMA 34. If you're going off the camp that Bitcoin, is going to be bearish, then watching Bitcoin dominance, for me, will be wise, I believe. Ideally, a bearish Bitcoin with a bullish Bitcoin dominance is what bears want here. Some hopium, right? Weekly didn't get it, but the 5-day did, which is interesting to see. So still the same idea, though. We'll just wait on the weekly to get it. 5-day then should get 2 closures above the 34. And if the 5-day does get 2 closures above the 34, then you've gotten your weekly EMA 34 closure as well. And then you're still targeting this evening star wick high. That's just still the target. Even on the 5-day, it's the target. So does it hold or does it not? Up or down, really. But yeah, Bitcoin dominance has been tricky. The lower you go on the time frames, the more fucky it becomes. So just be very aware of that. For me, the trade really does lie on, does the monthly 9 get reclaimed? And if it can't, then this will roll over. And if it can, then you can make a case this has bottomed. But until then, very tricky spot. And we've been saying, that really for months now. It's really just been for months. But slowly we have been moving up. We're right at that monthly 9. So that tells me it's a pretty pivotal point for Bitcoin dominance now. Does it majorly reject a spot that you've been holding this entire bull market? Or does it actually get the reclaim and a move up? So for me on Bitcoin now, we're just simply watching the daily and the 2-day. For me, I'm not really allowed to get bullish at this spot. Rather, I want to see if 105,700, 106K gets reclaimed. If you start seeing that, that will just be your 12-hour EMA 9 holding, and even your daily EMA 9 getting the first closure back above since you lost it here in the beginning of November. So there are still legitimate concerns here on Bitcoin, i.e. like the higher time frames. But we will just be really gauging the daily and the 2-day. If you start really seeing on Bitcoin $112,000 get reclaimed, that to me will be like, yeah, we are potentially bottomed. Why I say that is because you're now back above the 5-day 9, the weekly 9, the daily SMA 200, and you are in a daily breakout and you have a massive trend shift. Until then, you're not really allowed to get bullish, right, as you're putting in a massive bearish retest. And more evidently of that bearish retest is more like on the weekly here. So just be very aware of that. This is on a weekly. You have 6 days to go. The weekly can move up, it can move down. This will be very interesting where this closes, actually. Do we just simply get a retest of the 34 and a rollover similar to the EMA 21? Or do bulls actually get back above this range, get back into that EMA 34? Once you've held the EMA 34, you've seen major moves up from that point, 8% candles. But until then, well, this doesn't look like a bottom formation to me. This looks like a dump-ola in the making, while everyone's just not really observing volatility expanding and getting quite mature. So just be very aware of that. That's all I have.
All right. I'll start with the daily. So now that we've gotten that whole two-screen situation solved, I felt like I was a little retarded for a second there, but now I see that that's a feature, not a bug. So we'll start with the daily on the HPDR. We are getting momentum starting to flip back up, getting out of the bearish control zone with volatility now approaching extreme lows. Not quite there yet, but one or two more closes and it will be at extreme lows. We are getting momentum making a higher low with price making lower lows, putting in that possibility of bullish divergence, which we did confirm on this close here after taking out this previous wick high. And that does give us targets of the 9 EMA, which we currently have hit, and we are currently getting a move above that 9 EMA. On this last candle, we rejected the 9, but now we are above it. We haven't gotten it closed yet, though. We have about 8.5 hours left to go before it closes. And as of right now, we are that 9 EMA lines up with 38.2%. If you're gonna, what the bulls are looking for is a close over both this 9 EMA and this 38.2%, and that will give you a move up to your top 38.2%, which currently lines up with your daily 200 SMA, and that is at about $110,280 roughly. Let's see what your daily 100 is currently sitting at about 111,100. So basically, just $1,000, give or take, higher than your 200. And your a confirmation for your not necessarily bottom, but high probability of bottom is going to be once you get your daily close off of this 100 EMA, and at that point, you're very likely going to be testing your somewhere around 116 to 118,000 dollars. And at that point, I'm going to be on the side very heavily that the bottom is in, and we'll get to that on the 5-day setup. Let's go to Jewel. The Jewel is now curving back around, giving you a buy signal after the neutral, and it is doing it in the bearish control zone. We are currently making a lower low on the Jewel, so there's no possibility of bullish divergence there. But let's measure out the average move of this buy signal in the bearish control zone and see what it does. Let's see, this one initially 3%, 7%, and then 9%. Alex needs the code, one sec. There we go, 9%. This one initially 3%, similar as before, and 8%. This one initially about 2.3%, then 12%. This one from open was about 3%, right in line. And then this one about 5.3%. And from the current one to the wick high, we're about 4%. So we're going to take it about 5%. Brings us to roughly 107, about 108,000, and take it about 10%. Brings us to about 112.5, 112.7. That would be still technically another lower high. And if you were to take it about 15%, That would take out our last lower high. That would be about 117 to 118,000. Let's make that disappear now. Let's go into the 4-hour. 4-hour is now starting to flip down on momentum with volatility now contracting. 4-hour jewel is starting to lose the curvature, about very close to flipping over into a neutral signal, and you are getting a rejection of your 4-hour 100 EMA and your 88.3%, which is a high probability that you will get a pullback to somewhere around your 50% to the 38.2%. That puts you right around your 21 EMA at about 103,800 to your 103,200. But as long as you are closing over this 103,200 area, what's more likely is just a little bit higher lows and consolidation. All these HPDR ranges can step up, and then another attempt at your 100. Let's go to today. Today is currently getting that bounce off of that 200 SMA, and right now what the hopium is for bulls is that this is going to be a similar setup that you do currently that you had back over here, where you bounced off the 200, you bounced off again, you ended up closing green, and then once you reclaimed your 9 EMA and your 100, that's where you basically started sending it to new all-time highs. You close over your 9, came back to retest the 9, and then you're just basically up only from there. And that's the hopium right now. The similar setup that we had back then, we also currently have now, where we had a silver cross at the downside. We had a silver cross at the downside right here too. And on the first attempt, we did reject the 9 EMA as the retest of that silver cross, but then we just immediately busted right through and then used the 9 as support to send it to new all-time highs. So as of right now, we are getting a rejection from that 9 EMA off the silver cross, just like we did over here. So closing below that 9 EMA isn't necessarily a death signal. What we just want to see is follow through on this next candle. We don't want to lose this candle's low, or that will constitute a rejection of this 9 EMA on the silver cross, and then likely you're going to continue to dump from there. Hopium is that off of this rejection, we just consolidate. We don't even really need to close over the 5. We didn't last time either. Just need to close over this wick high, which is currently at about 104,058. If we can do that, consolidate around here, then there's higher likelihood that we're going to continue to bust up to retest this 38.2%, around 112,000. And that will be above the silver cross. Go to the 5-day. And 2 days also very close to flipping back up on momentum, putting in bullish divergence currently, because you are currently making a higher low and price is making a lower low. 5 days currently getting a bounce off of the 100%. This likely is just because it's bluffing. Let me switch to the index and see where we are on there. Yeah, it is just because it's bluffing and not enough data on there. Okay. On the index, you're getting back above your 61.8% and your 55 EMA. Hopium is you will reclaim this 55 EMA on a close, and then that'll send us back up to retesting somewhere between your 21 EMA and your 38.2%. That'll be about 111,500 to 114,800. And if you can close back over your 21, that's very likely going to send us back to new all-time highs. This is the similar setup that we had right over here, where you ended up coming back up, retesting your 21, busting right through it, and then from there you just went to new all-time highs. That would give us a target somewhere around 127,000 on the meeting tap, and that is ever so slightly new all-time highs. And then the next target above there is your 38.2%, which is currently at around 144,000. That requires a lot of things to happen before that is confirmed, though. Momentum is currently in the bearish control zone, very close to flipping back out, but still in the bearish control zone. Last time we were in the bearish control zone was that previous move to about 74,000. Weekly is right at that bottom 38.2%, with momentum very close to flipping back up right at the edge of the bearish control zone, with volatility still in an expansion phase. Let's zoom in on momentum. We did make an ever so slightly higher low on momentum, where price did make a lower low, giving you now a possibility of bullish divergence. And the confirmation of that bullish divergence is going to be a close over 116,400. And that on confirmation will give you a target of about $140,000. Right now, getting that weekly close over that 38.2%, which is 105,774, will give you probabilities of going to your top 38.2%, which is new all-time highs. Keep this number in mind, this 105,774 number. Keep this in mind. This will come back up. And it's specifically going to be on the 5-day. which closing this weekly over 30 that level will close the 5-day over that level, giving you some nice busting action. It's a little sneak peek into the momentum setup. On the 2-week, we are currently freshly breaking into the bearish control zone with volatility going into an expansion phase. Last time we were in the bearish control zone on the 2-week was on the move down to 74,000. And when we entered into the bearish control zone, that was basically very close to the bottom. We did make an ever so slightly lower low, but that was a higher low on momentum, putting in bullish divergence, and then that sent it up to new all-time highs. Right now, the jewel is also still bearish, giving you a fresh sell signal with the pink freshly crossing below the yellow and the dark blue losing the bullish control zone. Not good. Let's see if we have a previous example of that happening right over here. And let's take one more right there. See what happened there. Made an ever so slightly lower. Oh, that's 20% down. Interesting. Doesn't look like that much on the chart. This one, about 21%. Very similar to before. And let's take this one, let's mark it. About 11% on the wick low. So let's take it to about 20%. Brings us to about $89,000. 22% brings us to, or 23% brings us to this 55 EMA at about $86,000, 86.5. Keep that number in mind as well, because that will come back up also. Right now, if you do get a bearish retest, your resistance to the upside is this top 38.2%, which is at $113,400. Monthly is still currently holding over that bottom 38.2%, that 9 EMA. Monthly momentum is freshly flipping to the downside with volatility expanding and the monthly jewels losing the buy signal, flipping into a neutral signal, putting in 3 drives of bearish divergence because you have a lower high, lower high, lower high, higher high, higher high, higher high in price. And currently, the confirmation of that breakdown will be a loss of this 38.2% and a 9 EMA. But as long as you're holding over that on a closing basis, what's more likely is going to be another retest of that area, and then likely a spring off of that into the median. We have about 20 days left to go, which is an eternity in cryptocurrency land. Bears really want to close this monthly below this level right here, this 9 EMA and this 38.2%, because then you'll get a nice little dump steep to your 21 EMA, which is right now at about 87,000, which is that $87,000 number that we just looked at. And we'll go to ARSI now. So with Tether, got a nice move down to daily 21 EMA on Tether. I have any divergences? Let's see. We do have bearish divergence between that point here. We will confirm that with any close below 5.22%. And then your next target is going to be for about 4.8, 4.9% on confirmation. See if that lines up with any of our RSI levels. Oh, the neutral zone is at right around 4.78%. 4 hours now forming bullish divergence possible, which will confirm with any close over 5.2%, and that will give you an easy target of this 21 EMA at about 5.32%, which lines up with your neutral zone at 5.36. 2-day just retest of your 9. Any divergence? Nope. Anything there? Nope. There's possible bearish divergence now in the 5-day because we do have a higher high in price, lower high in momentum. This will confirm with any close below 4.95%, and that will give you a target of the neutral zone, which is at 4.44%. Weekly. Are we making a higher high? Not quite, but it is very close to putting in some possible hitting bearish divergence. Once we take out this high on momentum and we're still making a lower high on price, which very likely will be if we get a test of this 200 SMA, that'll put in possibility of hitting bearish divergence. But even a move up to this 200 SMA is pretty significant move up on Tether. That's like 11% up. That would go along with a nice little lower low on Bitcoin, likely at that 87, 88,000 area, with volatility now expanding on Tether. And the bearish divergence has been invalidated. Nope, nothing there. Monthly's invalidated the bearish divergence. Let's zoom in a little bit. Nothing positive, nothing present there. Go back to Bitcoin. Bitcoin has a I moved my line. Bitcoin has a fresh drive of bullish divergence currently confirmed. This will be active as long as you're closing above 101,320. Your next target is somewhere between the edge of the bearish control zone and the simple moving average. And that gives you a range between 106,900 to 109,700. That would be about your 21 EMA to your 200 SMA. Here.
Before you go on, I want to say that pretty much the trade that you guys were talking about on Friday, which was the 107 to then short, is what's happening right now, I think. Just wanted to put it out there. Go on, sir.
Yeah. The high 106s, 107 area.
Yep.
There is some possibility for bearish divergence now in the 4 hour. This will confirm with any close below, what is this high here? 105,792, and that'll give us a target of this 21 EMA at that 103s level. But there's still a possible probability that you're going to make a higher low somewhere around here and then make another attempt up to tap that high 106s at least. Let's go 2 day. Nothing there. 3 days now putting in another drive of bullish divergence. This will be 1, 2, 3 drives of bullish divergence. Very interesting to see that. That will confirm with any close over 104, 185, and that'll give us an easy target of the neutral zone, which is currently at 114. Also lines up with that 113.8 number that we just saw for the bottom, 38.2%. And then your next target from there is the bullish control zone, which is at about 134,000, 133.9. Nothing on there. There is possibility of 3 drives of bullish divergence now in the 5 day also. This will confirm with any close over 111,221, and that'll give us a target of 133 on confirmation. Oh, that is just a possibility of bullish divergence. You do need the confirmation. Weekly currently still has active bearish divergence. This will be invalidated with any close over 116,405. Currently are at the bearish control zone. The target is about 103,946. And the next level is the critical zone, which will update, and it's going to update several times, but this is currently sitting at 46,000. One single candle straight to 46,000. That's what it means. 2 week still has bearish divergence. This will be invalidated with any close above 116,405, same number as before. No possibility of bullish divergence now because we have made hidden bullish divergence because we have made a lower low. Actually, let's look at the index. Yeah, same thing. And volatility is at 2 periods of 0%. Let's go to momentum. Oops, wrong one. Daily momentum is freshly flipped back up, and it will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $102,550, with volatility currently going into a contraction phase. Let's move this out a little bit. No divergence present on the stochastic, although there is on the RSI. 4 hours currently freshly flipping to the downside, and it will remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $106,500. And that does line up with that target of somewhere around 103.7 to 103.5. 2 hours also freshly flipping to the downside, and it will remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $106,200. Lines up with the retest of your silver cross, silver cross in the 2 hour, and your lower targets would line up with that 2 hour 55 EMA at right around 1037 to 1038.
But that's impossible because they're gonna give everyone $2,000 checks. They've only said it every month for the last year.
Yeah, and all of those checks are going to go directly into Binance accounts, and they're going to 100x Bitcoin.
By the way, I legitimately saw a few of those complete fucking morons saying that what they're gonna do, they're gonna force everyone into opening a digital wallet. They're gonna send it to USDT, and then everyone's gonna be on crypto, and Bitcoin's gonna go to 1 million. I am not kidding. This is literally in the brains of people. I legitimately stopped going on X. I'm done. It was fun while it lasted. I can't. Like the human stupidity, I feel like it's got to be contagious. I'm not touching it anymore. I'm done.
I'm convinced it's just engagement farming.
No, I'm convinced people are that stupid. I really am. There's no doubt. There is no fucking doubt that they are that stupid. And you know what? They
don't
can't. They
really
have all the right to be whatever they want. That's awesome, but I don't want to see it. You know, it's like
People
accident.
really think that
I don't want
that's
to see
going to
the
happen.
guy getting decapitated. Say that again.
People really think that's going to happen.
Yeah, straight up. So I'm just gonna stay away. I'm good. It was fun. It was awesome. Great Elon. Blah blah blah. All that good stuff. I'm out.
I guess it's even funnier if people actually think it's real.
They all do. There are all the YouTube channels that are the most respected in crypto. They're all made videos about this weekend and today about how there is a 50-year-old mortgage that's going to bring inflation to the housing market, not considering that if you get a longer term or longer duration loan, you got to pay more upfront, which is what no one has. So that's incredible. That's number one. All these experts in crypto are just mind-boggling smart. Like they're on a different world. Then they know that $2,000 are going to be sent to everyone just because Trump has been repeating it every month and now everyone forgets. That's going to happen. And most likely it's going to be USDT. So that's going to make crypto go up. And then the government shutdown ending is bullish, apparently, for some reason. So there you have it. It's the perfect scenario for me being a fucking idiot and everyone talking about it.
Even on Instagram, all the meme pages are posting about the stimulus checks. So everyone's a genius, it seems like. It's just guaranteed to happen.
What's scary is before, when they posted it a month ago, because I made a video a month ago saying, dude, we saw this 3 months ago. It was before every 3 months. Now it's every month. Like, that's how stupid we are. You understand what I'm saying? Like, we're getting stupider at the speed of light, maybe faster than the expansion of the universe. That's how stupid we're getting. And at that speed, it's crazy. And they'll defend it, by the way. They'll defend it. There's so many people trying to make jokes about me right now on X about the, like, they don't even understand what they're talking. Like, even their joke makes no sense, which bothers me. Like, if you're going to make fun of me, go ahead and fucking make it count. But if you don't even know what you're saying, it shows, and the joke is not hitting because it's not complete. God. You need to go check yourself into a fucking anything. I don't know what. Like, I honestly don't know what. Humanity's done. I'm done. It's all done. Never again on X. Never again. I want to see what people think. It was fun. Not anymore. It's concerning.
Fun while it lasted.
The aliens need to come now. Say that again, Alex.
Fun while it lasted, boys. Fun while it lasted.
It was. Hopefully the end of the world is near. Please. Yeah. Please.
It was a good run.
It was. Well, it was okay.
It was an okay run.
It was an okay run. Sorry.
Yeah. If you're gonna come at me, at least make it funny.
Yeah,
if it's funny, I'll laugh along with you.
If you're making a point, like if you're making fun of me, make it make sense. Don't just say like random things to try to insult anyone. You're not insulting anyone unless it hurts because I'm retarded. So tell me why I'm retarded. Like, tell me I'm retarded. At least just cover it like that. That is the easiest one. But they're not even doing that. They can't because they don't understand what they're saying and they don't even know it, which is the craziest thing. It's incredible. Incredible. I need to do cocaine at some point. I've never tried it, but my God, I'm close right now.
Presidential lines. We talked about this.
Oh, yes, that's what I need. I need a presidential line. I'm going to call my boy Eric.
Call your boy Donald in Palm Beach, Florida.
Uncle D, we need to do presidential lines. I'm losing faith in humanity. How dare you? Humanity's precious.
We love fucking the humans. They're so stupid. They never learn anything. I swear to God, they just don't.
So I'll start with the switch back to the daily on momentum. So we are getting that momentum freshly flipping back up, which will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 102,550. And on the 4 hour, it was flipped to the downside. 2 hours freshly flipped to the downside. On the 2 day, it is now very close to flipping back up. It will flip back up in about 8 hours if we can close over 104,700. And right now, that will go along with that bullish hopium scenario where we bounce back off of that 200 SMA, flip momentum back up. We start to get volatility expansion, which we are getting now, volatility expansion along with that bounce off the 200 SMA. And if we can flip momentum back up, we will have momentum flipped up with volatility expansion, and that likely sends us to a new all-time highs. But there is a key difference between this setup here and what we have now. Is if you notice here, we had a lower lows on price, but we had a higher low on momentum, giving us bullish divergence off of that. We don't have that currently. We don't have a higher low on momentum, giving us that possibility of bullish divergence. All we have is a momentum flipping back up from the extreme lows, along with possibly flipping back up with volatility going into an expansion phase. Which that setup likely just gives us a retest of somewhere higher on the silver cross. It doesn't necessarily confirm that we're going to go to new all-time highs. That would give you a range between 109.3 to about like 111, or about 109.3 to 111 on a bearish retest with momentum flipping back up. Getting a close of your 55 EMA is what sends you high probabilities of going to retesting your all-time highs at that point. Which is a lot of ifs have to happen before that is confirmed. Right now, it is still leaning more towards the bearish side because you do have momentum flipped down. And we're just ever so slightly over that pivot. Let's move this alert a little bit higher. Oops, now that the 200 has risen. I like how you can just do that in trading view, just drag it up. 5 days currently for now firing up off that moment, that volatility setup. Let's go to the index to get more accurate numbers. And we did confirm that volatility expansion on this last 5-day close. Right now, the invalidation for that 5-day setup is going to be flipping this momentum back up. And this will flip back up if we close anywhere over 105,620, or let's say 105,650. This closes tomorrow. So if this does flip back up, this is going to make it extremely high probability that bullish scenario is going to end up playing out, and we're just going to bottom off that 200 SMA and the weekly 55 EMA, and from there send it to all-time highs. It's all going to come down to tomorrow's close, if we can close over this number or not. Because if you see the last time that we flipped that back up from extreme lows, it was right at that $74,000 low, and we just went vertical from there to new all-time highs. Barely any real pullbacks at all. If we got a pullback, it just went to the weekly 5-day 5 EMA and just sent it from there. The weekly is currently now getting volatility expansion from that 0% area, getting above the moving average at about 8% now, so not exactly at 15% just yet, with weekly momentum still pointed down as long as you're closing below 115,750. And right now, along with that 200 SMA, the whole PM scenario is off of this weekly 55. We get that bounce, and then from there, reclaim your weekly 9, and in that sense, it's a new all-time highs. Right now, we have gotten the bounce part, but we haven't gotten the reclaim of the weekly 9. Weekly 9 right now sits at that 110 area. Getting a close over that would send us very likely to new all-time highs. A lot of a very big if getting a close over that area, because it is going to be a significant zone of resistance because of how significant of a zone of support it was on the way up. Every retest of that weekly 9 basically sent it to new all-time highs. So coming from there, this is going to be a significant area of resistance. If you notice, the last real breakdown we had was a projection of that weekly 9. 2-week is also now at 3 periods of 0% volatility with momentum pointing to the downside with active bearish divergence, and this will be pointed down as long as you're closing below 120,000, basically 119.9. And monthly is now freshly flipped to the downside with volatility at extreme lows. Monthly has confirmed the bearish divergence by flipping down, and you will be flipped down as long as you're closing below 120,700. This is the most damning piece of information for the bulls right now. And that monthly momentum has flipped to the downside with that bearish divergence, volatility at 0%. And once you get a loss of your 9 EMA, that give you targets down to your 21, which lines up beautifully with my meme line now at about $88,600. And that would also be one of the targets off of that 5-day setup if you fail to flip that back up. Because if tomorrow you fail to close over 105.6, that will remain that 5-day setup to the downside, and then you will continue to see that dump from here. And let's see where that would be from here. if you were to do 25%, brings us down to about 85,000. That's just below our $88,000 area. Very cool. Let's take it 30%.
Have you
Brings us to
told your
about
chart about the steamies? Because maybe that's what's missing in the bullish divergences.
no, I haven't told him that yet.
That's why. Okay, now I understand why your analysis technical is wrong. Got it. Continue.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta put in the Donald T stimmies into the trading view settings.
Exactly. That's what's missing in everyone's chart. That's why those really smart people on X have it. I'm sorry. I just wanted to make sure that I had the right settings on.
I think it's called initiate Trump pump.exe.
Ah, let me install it right now. Thank you.
Initiating Trump pump. Those two targets on that 5-day setup, if it does continue to play out to the downside, are right around that 21 EMA on the monthly at about 85, 86,000. And then the next target is at about 78,000, which is slightly over your March 2024 all-time highs at 74,000, which was our previous bottom at 74,000. Does make sense to try to make an ever so slightly higher low, make a bearish retest at that point, and then smash through your $74,000 low and come down to this 5-day 200 at somewhere around 67, 66,000. And that is one of our RSI bearish divergence targets as well, right in that 60s. It's technically about 65,000, but that's very close to 60, 67, 66,000. And the invalidation of that setup to the downside will be flipping this back up. So tomorrow's 5-day closure will be very big. It'll tell you if we're going to get another leg of continuation to the downside, or we are going to flip this 5-day setup back into an upside setup and go to all-time highs from there. Very big 5-day close tomorrow. No pressure, Bitcoin. No pressure though. But on the low time frames, we are starting to flip momentum to the downside. 4-hour and 2-hour flipping to the downside now, making it likely you're going to get a little bit of a move down to tap the 103s. But from there, you should hold that 103 area and continue upwards to the high 106s to maybe 107. That's going to be the real test. Where if you can close, I would say even a 4-hour basis over about 107,000, then you're likely going to send it up towards that 113 area. And then from there, it becomes more of a possibility that the bullish scenario is going to play out and we're going to continue to new all-time highs. But really, it's going to come down to tomorrow's 5-day close.
Very nice, senor. Very, very nice. You too, Alex. Thank you so much for that. And I legitimately think we are witnessing your trade right now. This is what we left on Friday. We're going to come here most likely and reject. And I think we didn't get quite there. All right. So, all right, we're failures, guys. By the way, I'm sorry I forgot to tell you this.
Yeah.
We're failures. So there's going to be clips of us. We missed it by, well, you missed it by, you said 107,300 and we only got to 106,600. So,
Fuck.
$600. I mean, you guys are fucking pieces of shit. I hope you burn in hell, die, and realize how stupid you are. And I hope that you get clipped for 7 years straight because of how wrong you were by $600. Okay? I'm done. All right. So good morning to everyone on the chat. Welcome, motherfuckers. So we got CRM #1 and then Take Two. Because believe it or not, remember how bullish Take Two was?
Yeah.
They delayed the game, so it took a massive shit, which is interesting because it's the only time in the world that's ever done that.
I'll do Take Two.
Crazy how many delays there are on this game, and they've spent $2 billion. It costs more than a B-2 stealth bomber to make this video game.
But hang on, but the game actually has a purpose. The bomber, you can just make a drone that it makes no sense that there's that plane that has people in it. Like none. When drones go 80 times faster.
There is one purpose.
What?
Loading the bank account of Northrop Grumman.
Yes, my man. You know how the world works. See? There you go. There you go. Although that's a conspiracy theory, most likely, and we're not going to believe it. Remember, inflation's coming back right now. So there's that. Let's get it.
We will all share in the dividends of these military contractors that bomb brown people in the Middle East.
Why are we not getting a piece of that? If we're getting it, listen, if I'm paying for everyone in Gaza to die with my taxes, why can I get a little bit of the money back that we get from Lockheed Martin or from Halliburton that builds cities in those places? Why can I get money of that?
I'll take my dividend in USDT, Bitcoin. I'll take it in USDC. I'll take the gay option. I'll take whatever one.
That's going to send Bitcoin to $1 million by the end of December. Holy shit. Have you thought about that? Wow,
Already
very
longing.
bullish. Very bullish.
The one part that I don't find the connection to though is if people receive USDT, why would they buy Bitcoin? Why not just cash it out straight into dollars?
Because Bitcoin is only going to go up, dude. There's no way it's going to go down. Now that they have Grant Cardone and all the old people on it, and it's only making half of the returns that Tesla did, for example, since April to now, or almost a third of what Nvidia did from April to now. Bitcoin is the way to put your money in. It's so secure. Yeah, the European Union right now is making a law that tells you that you cannot carry your Bitcoin on a cold wallet and you cannot have more than $3,000 cash. And also that all Bitcoin transactions have to be approved by them. But Bitcoin is decentralized. That's the most important thing. So Bitcoin is the solution to everything, even though it doesn't go up as much anymore as Nvidia or Tesla or any good company. And yeah, it's pretty cool. And it's like I said, the most important thing is decentralized. So you only have to the government can never take your Bitcoin unless they want to take it. And also they'll never be able to stop a transaction because you'll have to ask them for permission for the transaction in the beginning. So once they approved it, they can't stop it. It's fucking wild how amazing Bitcoin is. This is how stupid everyone is, by the way. Legit, like there's boomers that have written fucking books saying that this is the future. Okay. So yeah, that's the state of the world. I don't understand what's going on with me and why this is affecting me so much, but I can't, boys. I can't. I left Mexico because of stupidity and incompetency, and now it's everywhere.
It's everywhere. Literally everywhere.
It's everywhere.
Mine verse. But they can't take away your Bitcoins. But they found that dude Bitcoin Jesus on wherever the hell he was and arrested him and seized all of his Bitcoin and claimed that he defrauded the government of $42 million. But they can't take your Bitcoins.
Yeah, but it's different because he was on Bitcoin and it's decentralized, you know? Like what the fuck is the I can't. Guys, I can't. I'm gonna continue with this because otherwise I'm gonna have a meltdown here. All right. And after this is done, I was gonna make a nice video talking about something else. I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna go to the beach and shove a fucking snail up my ass because I feel like that's the only way I'm gonna get out of this. Okay. And then never go back to X or any social media outlet because I can't. I'm gonna have a brain stroke. Okay.
I mean, you gotta applaud Elon Musk for being the richest person in the world and putting up with that Twitter bullshit.
Well, that's his, by the way, that's his money-making thing. And
he doesn't have to read it though.
I don't think Elon qualifies as us because Elon is obvious. Like, listen, God bless everyone. I don't have anything against Elon. You guys know I suck his dick all day. What he's done is incredible. But anyone that's amassed an incredible amount of money in any level whatsoever, dude, is a fucking monster and has no empathy towards others. So what he's reading from people is not affecting him like us because he's detached from society. Does that make sense? For you to be able to achieve that amount of money, you need to fuck over so many people in so many different ways. And look at Sam Altman, dude. He's killing people publicly and no one cares. You understand what I mean? So if you're willing to do that, I don't think comments are going to do anything to you. I see it even with my friends that have like 10 million followers on YouTube, like straight up schizo, like straight up sociopaths. I've never seen anything like that. They fuck over their own best friends left and right, and their own best friends have to be friends with them because they want the follow, like the views on the other dude's channel for them. It's like a sickening relationship, and it's everywhere. It's permeated everywhere. But yeah, that's why Elon doesn't apply to this.
Yeah, I see. Makes sense.
Now, I don't know what I'm saying. I've only been on YouTube since 2008 and have amassed 20 million followers across different accounts that do different things. But anyone that's just opening an anonymous account will tell me that they know better, just like in real estate. The fuck do I know? I've only made more than $100 million worth of transactions in real estate. But then again, there's a guy that's anonymous on X that tells everyone how real estate's about to go into a hyperinflation mode. So there you have it. The genius around the world is at an all-time high right now. Crazy how much people can learn without ever doing anything. It's insane.
Nothing at all. Literally nothing. Just scroll. Just scroll. You'll know everything.
And just with that, you're smarter than everyone else. That's fucking brilliant. Yeah. Yeah.
What I thought about doing just as a little for funsies thing is reverse clipping, because we're always the ones that get clipped if we're wrong, but they never get clipped. You take a little screenshot and be like, Mr. Ball Chaser 2004, what happened here?
The problem is they're anonymous, so they have nothing at stake, and they want that. Like, to them, that's what they're looking for. Does that make sense? That's the fucking problem. Because I wish I could line all the retards that I see on X, be like, let's all have a conference and let's all talk in a microphone and really face to face, so people can see who the fuck is saying this dumb shit. And that's the problem, that people don't have that that real perception of what's going on. And by the way, I'm 99% certain that 95% of all accounts that we read are fake, that they're not real to begin with.
Or probably bots.
Yeah, not probably, like they are. And the flow of information is not free. It's directed by the companies that push the servers. So the people that are in front of the Amazon Web Services and all of those things are the ones pushing narratives, which is politicians, which is they're doing it for the people that have all the money in the world, that are doing it for the people above them, that are their major investors in everything. Ta-da! Pretty fun. All right, I'll start with this. Bitcoin, damas y caballeros, por cierto, bienvenidos todos ustedes aquí en Elite Trading Academy. Mi Elías, ahorita le vamos a dar a CRM. Abu, Take Two, muy interesante con lo de que echaron el juego para atrás y vi la acción caer, interesante. Mi Elías, sí, me aventé, pero solamente me tomé un vasito de vino con el suegro, ni un vaso, poquito, porque hoy tengo ayuno. Ay, y justamente abajo me preguntas, ¿cómo haces tu ayuno? ¿Con sueros o solo con agua? Solo con agua, mi estimado. Hoy no como. Hasta mañana. Dice Eric Cartman. Güey, no puedo creer que una celebridad de South Park esté por acá. El mejor comienzo de un directo. Exijo más videos del tío Salo actuando, más humor negro, por favor. Abu, te pasa, Salo, me dio mucha risa. Mis amigos también son así, pero he visto que a la gente no le gusta. No, obviamente todo el mundo se ofende, y sobre todo ahora. LY, Canito, claro que sí, ahorita nos lo aventamos. Una me preguntó así, tío Salo, sería épico. Es demasiado tiempo. Y también tuve que darle como un arco a David, donde al final es de, ¿entiendes, mi David? Pues sí, soy retrasado mental, no pendejo, ¿no? Que es brillante. Ok, perdón, me estoy diciendo a mí mismo que es brillante lo que hice, olvídenlo. Kevin, esa actuación merece un Oscar. Edu, David, qué gran personaje. Es el David, el buen David. Yo solo veo la pantalla de Alex, bien. Eso, sí, porque estábamos teniendo problemas con StreamYard. Te da ahora la opción de poder hacer un live stream en Portrait y en Landscape al mismo tiempo. Entonces lo estamos probando hoy por primera vez. Y ahorita le vamos a todo. Alejandro, ¿qué trade tienes para Bitcoin? Tú que no sabes nada. El trade de estos güeyes. Justamente vi esto, ¿no? Ayer. Esto fue lo que platicamos el viernes, mi queridísimo Elías, y gracias por ese gran segue al tema. Estamos viendo Bitcoin en la de 8 horas, pero os voy a poner en la diaria para que tengan una buena referencia. Pueden ver que estamos tradeando debajo de este canal. Y justamente lo que habíamos dicho es, estás ya entrando en este rango, tío. En el de los 107,000 para abajo, a los $89,000. Y como anunciaron, y vean cómo anuncian el fin de semana, le dicen a todo el mundo que todo es alcista, la inflación va a regresar, que el gobierno va a abrir, que eso es alcista, etcétera. Entonces, cuando empiezo a ver el precio subir de todo, digo, ajá, perfecto, voy a hacer el trade de Alex y Farhan del viernes, que es ante esta línea. No puse mi entrada acá, abrí mi entrada en 106,100 y tengo una segunda parte aquí en 107,200, que no ha entrado todavía. Entonces estoy en corto, ahorita en verde. Pero es riesgoso, no voy a decir que no, porque estamos por encima del promedio del 9, que es lo que estoy buscando en contra el día de hoy. Me encantaría verlo, simplemente perderlo. Me encanta la forma en la que esta vela se está viendo, pero este es el rango que voy a jugar. ¿Dónde voy a vender este corto? Justamente en el promedio del 9, en la tabla de 8 horas, en los 103,700. Acá. Aquí es donde lo voy a vender, para que tengas esa idea y referencia. Y también me salió bien el corto que les dije el viernes. Salió, tomó creo que un día y bajó a donde tenía que bajar, vendí. Me ha estado yendo bien. Espero que en esta también continuemos esa tendencia y podamos hacer, sería mi cuarto trade positivo en cola, que de nuevo, mi récord son 9 9 y quiero romperlo. Es lo que estoy buscando. Entonces me encantaría. ¿Y dónde está mi estoy mal? Literalmente lo tengo hasta acá arriba, en los 108. Espérame, es esta vela. Mi invalidación es, un segundo, pinté ahí. Los 108, 317 lo tengo en 320. Acá arriba. La razón por qué es porque si ya llegas acá, tío, estás retomando este 107, 300 y vas para arriba. Entonces, esa es mi invalidación en este trade. También me gusta mucho que Bitcoin esté jugando esto con un perfecto, con una perfecta cierre, con perfectas cierres alcistas, con velas que van más arriba. Para mí eso es bajista. Entonces, eso combinado con las grandes noticias, todo el mundo saliendo a decir que la inflación va a regresar y ver a todos los viejitos que ya se viene la gran impresión. ¿Por qué? Ninguno de esta bola de imbéciles me puede contestar esa... perdón. Mi changuito Alejandro de verdad está como loco y no tienen una puta idea. No sé por qué le afecta tanto ver que toda la gente se deja llevar tan fácil. No es su problema. De todas maneras, él les está quitando todo su dinero. No sé por qué le interese que toda la gente aprenda si está haciendo un chingo de lana. Para que vean, ¿eh? Para que vean lo pendejo que también es Alejandro. Ahí lo tienen. Pues ahí lo tienes, mi queridísimo Elías. Ahí está mi trade. Y ahorita estamos en una zona crítica. Me encantó ver este cierre en la de 8 horas por debajo del promedio del 34. Aquí arriba habíamos visto en la de 8 horas este cierre justamente acá, donde literalmente no pudimos superarlo y ahora estás acá. Normalmente es lo que pasa, ¿no? Vas de paso a paso tomando uno por uno, uno por uno, uno por uno. Y justamente lo que seguiría, si esto fue solamente un tap, sería un SFP del promedio del 34, la línea blanca que va para abajo. Y es justo lo que estamos viendo. Hasta ahorita este trade está jugando bonito y pues continuó. Ahora sí que no hay tanto que decirles por acá. Es donde estamos. Y de nuevo, para toda la gente que se pregunta si Bitcoin es alcista o no, eliminen todas estas líneas de acá y de acá y de acá. Vean la línea sólida, ¿ok? Ya caímos de esta zona a esta de vuelta. Pasamos muy poco tiempo en la subida en esta zona, ¿se acuerdan? Y también en la de aquí abajo. Muy poquito tiempo. Pasamos un chingo de tiempo aquí arriba. ¿Qué quiere decir eso cuando solamente estoy viendo datos? Porque es información, todo lo que estamos viendo es información. Esto me dice que aquí hay más gente que compró y vendió. ¿Eso qué quiere decir? Que hay más gente atrapada, ¿ok? Si yo fuera eh, de los que mueve Bitcoin, eso es lo que estoy buscando. Y ahora, ¿qué es lo que estoy buscando acá? Atrapar a la mayor cantidad de gente cerca de esta línea. ¿Por qué? En largo, ¿eh? Porque estando lo más cerca de esta línea es lo que puede mantenerte en el peor precio para cuando empieces a ranguear entre los 88 y los 97 estés ya atorado. Porque estás tan acá y recuerden, la mayor cantidad de gente compra spot, ¿no? Y no son tantas las pérdidas. Pero si estás atorado aquí arriba en este nivel de 106 a los 107, estás jodido cuando está rangueando en 88. Y es más o menos lo que estoy esperando acá y lo que estamos viendo. Definitivamente también me encantó que al caer en esta zona, puedes ver que es más alto que esta zona. ¿Por qué me gusta eso? Porque eso me dice literalmente que les están vendiendo esto, ¿no? Bajos más altos, lo que es alcista. Y una vez más, ¿por qué no simplemente creo todo lo que todo el mundo cree? Porque cuando ahorita están hablando de inflación y cuando la gente está hablando de inflación, lo único que están haciendo es relacionarlo con la bolsa. No están yendo a la calle y viendo cómo todo está bajando de precio. Y este tipo de discrepancias entre la opinión pública y la realidad, nunca la había visto yo. Nunca. Lo que me quiere decir definitivamente que tengo una alta probabilidad de estar en lo correcto. Porque, una vez más, una amiga de Belén que habla de política, que es una de las personas más pacas del planeta, ¿no? O sea, todavía usa máscara y sigue inyectando a sus hijos de todo lo que te imagines. Esa mujer yo había hecho cuando eran las elecciones de Trump y Biden o Kamala. Dije, güey,
I
voten por lo que
apologize
ustedes
to
quieran.
interrupt you,
Ya.
but I just posted a Bitcoin short. So
Oh,
everyone
nice.
check their
Thank you,
alerts.
sir. Thank you. I'll tell everybody right now. Hay un nuevo short que acaba de poner Farhan en on the alerts, right?
Yeah, trading alerts.
Thank you. Sí, Farhan les acaba de mandar un short para las alertas de trading, para que lo tengan en mente, por favor. Solamente para que sepan. Lo que estaba diciendo es la discrepancia de la opinión pública con la realidad. Eso me hace tener la percepción de que estamos en lo correcto, porque personas como la amiga de mi mujer, que cuando dije, güey, voten por lo que ustedes quieran, no dejen que nadie más los haga votar por empatía. Si te interesa, güey, que reduzcan la inflación, vota por eso. Literalmente me mandó un mensaje casi casi amenazándome de muerte por eso. Y ahora ella no deja de hablar de inflación. Para que entiendan ustedes la psicología del pendejo. Es lo que le está aplicando a la gente. Y lo más chingón de esto es lo rápido que ya se le olvida a todo el mundo todo. O sea, nunca imaginé que en un mes, ya habíamos dicho, ¿no? El periodo de 2 años, eran 2 años antes. Luego lo hicieron 6 meses, luego 3 meses y ahora es un mes. Cada mes te ponen la misma noticia pendeja cuando quieren pompear algo. Y ahora, no lo ponen para pompearlo, lo ponen para justificarlo, hacer que tú cometas el error de intentar subir y ellos tirarte todo, para que tú seas el que compres la caída. ¿Ok? ¿Cuándo te han intentado ayudar tus gobernantes? Nunca, pero aparentemente en la bolsa todo el tiempo te están ayudando. Gracias a Dios. En fin, estamos en una clara tendencia bajista. Si no lo entienden todavía, permítanme dibujarlo acá para que lo puedan ver. Y honestamente lo haría así. ¿Ok? Toque, toque, ni tocó, y ahora todavía no ha tocado acá. Este toque, si lo fuera a dar hoy, sería en 108,400, lo que me saca de mi posición. Si lo da mañana, 107,800, etcétera. Para que tengan esta idea. Y es justamente lo que decimos, ¿no? Altos, altos más bajos, sencillos de ver, bajos, bajos más bajos, bajos mucho más bajos, ¿no? Ahí los tienen todos. No hay duda alguna, esta es la de 8 horas, pero en la de un día lo puedes ver igual. Es más, la de un día, voy a bajar esto un segundito, me lo hago preciso. Acá, y los voy a traer a esta. Ahí está. Me gusta. Esto nos pone casi acá, pegándole a la línea. Perfecto. Y me atrevería, por debajo de esto, pero no le voy a dar mame. Vamos a seguir así. Estamos en una clara tendencia bajista diaria, a corto plazo, temporalidades altas son nuevas alcistas, pero tenemos lo de siempre. Damas y caballeros, vámonos al índice. Seguimos con lo del 10 de noviembre. Voy a mantener esto acá, después lo veo. Índice, vamos al índice para darles la mejor información, la más válida al momento. ¿Qué vergas es esto? No me acuerdo, pero lo vamos a deshacer. No necesitamos líneas de nada. Lo único que es esta línea es para el retesteo de esto. Esto es una nota para mí. La voy a quitar. Les da igual a ustedes esto. No es como que no me voy a acordar. Acá lo que hemos estado viendo en el gráfico trimestral de Bitcoin es nuestra volatilidad. Este es nuestro índice de volatilidad que se llama BBWP para los que están aprendiendo apenas. BBWP. Acá en indicadores lo puedes buscar y es este, Bollinger Band with Percentile. Tómale una foto antes de que te lo bajen. Es gratuito y es por The Caretaker. Ok, estos son todos mis indicadores, ¿no? HPDR y todo esto. Estos que tienen el candadito son de paga para que entiendan lo que son. Y ya, pues el Grand Crown provee bastantes buenos datos, que antes era un market maker, el cabrón. Así que lo tomamos, lo apreciamos al señor. Vale, lo que hemos notado y lo que hemos estado repite y repite es cada que Bitcoin llega a estas zonas en volatilidad al punto más bajo y se dispara a la alza, estos son fondos de mercado, fondo. Los mejores ejemplos les voy a dar los más recientes. Este es octubre del 2023, antes del setup de Hamas, que Bitcoin fue de $25,000 a 126,000, lo que es el tope. Entonces aquí fuimos de 28 a 126. Solamente subió $100,000. Julio del 2020, donde nos fuimos, no me acuerdo si eran entre $3,000 o $6,000 hasta los $69,000 acá en octubre. ¿Ok? Y este fue el de julio del 2016, cuando para ¿qué era? Enero del 2018 tuvimos ese tope que fue de $2,000, creo, hasta los 20,000. Y ahora, los topes no ocurren acá, porque eso no es contracción de volatilidad oficial. ¿Dónde ocurren los topes? En la primera sesión debajo del promedio. Puta madre. Y esta sería la primera sesión debajo del promedio, lo que a mí me hizo decir, por adelantado, estoy esperando que ya hayamos visto el tope de Bitcoin. Y ahora, quiero que sepan, me equivoqué por completo en el tope de Bitcoin. Dije que era 124 y cacho, y fue 126, por lo que por 4 años pueden burlarse de mí y hacerme clips de ese video, porque pues sí, me mamé, me equivoqué por $2,000. Así que por favor, hagan todos los clips y pues si están escuchando, sepan que no sé nada y que soy un pendejo, pues me falló por 2,000. Y lo impresionante es la gente que dijo 180,000 le atinó. No hemos llegado ni cerca, o sea, por 50 y tantos mil dólares, pero ellos sí le atinaron y ya hicieron playeras a decir eso. Así que es muy importante que lo sepan. Están escuchando a alguien que no sabe nada, solamente estoy traduciendo lo que Farhan y Alex me dicen, gracias a Dios. Por eso es importante no escucharme a mí. En este momento tenemos una vela envolvente bajista en la trimestral presentándose. Todavía falta un mes y 22 días para cerrar. Venimos en una clara tendencia alcista. Este fue el ciclo del 2021. Este fue el mercado bajista del 2022. Esto básicamente fue el setup de Hamas en octubre del 2023, lo que vieron en volatilidad, y eso fue lo que nos llevó a nuestros máximos históricos y a romper con potencia los $69,000 que habíamos logrado acá. Por ahora, esto se ve alcista. Lo único que vas a esperar es ver cómo cierra esta vela. Si cierras esta vela roja, va a ser una vela envolvente bajista. Normalmente una vela envolvente bajista te señala un tope y con fuerza una reversión. Y eso te lo daría con una confirmación si esta vela no se mueve para nada con el siguiente trimestre estando por debajo de $98,000. Si la próxima vela trimestral queda de nuevo, faltan 5 meses para cerrar esa vela, así que no nos podemos adelantar tanto. Pero si llega a ocurrir, esto probablemente ya vas a estar por acá abajo, ¿no? Que es donde te vas a dar cuenta que ya es demasiado tarde. Por ahora lo que voy a hacer es también poner el HPDR para que lo tengamos como referencia y para poder hacer el mismo chiste de siempre de denme 39 horas para poder subir esto. Perdón, no hay tantos chistes porque no me dedico a ser chistoso. Solamente me sale del culo a veces. Ok. Podemos ver que en nuestro HPDR venimos cayendo después del rechazo de la media en abril del 2025 por los aranceles de Bitcoin. Venimos y caímos a la parte baja de la zona azul, que básicamente la vela pasada estaba aquí arriba y ahora estamos cayendo el 50% que nos está rechazando en los 123. Y de perder los $100,000, deberíamos de ir a los 82,000. Una vez más, esto es simplemente una vela trimestral, por eso los rangos son tan enormes. Y es por eso que si eres trader, lo que quieres es poder agarrar trades en temporalidades más altas porque te dan movimientos más grandes, ¿ok? Hay más riesgo por todo el tiempo que hay en medio y también si te estás apalancando, pues te cobran por los intereses y es por eso que los precios no se mueven rápido, para que los exchanges te chinguen todo tu dinero a través de mínimo los fees. Ahora, vamos al otro lado, no podemos solamente ser bajistas, ¿no? A fin de cuentas, Trump va a mandar, estoy seguro que mañana nos van a decir que van a mandar un cheque de $2,000 otra vez y todos nos vamos a emocionar muy cabrón con la inflación. Entonces, probablemente eso lleve al mercado, porque nosotros que compramos el mercado es lo que lo hace que suba. Tenemos que romper este 50% en los 123,800 y con eso vamos a los $180,000 que ya fueron probados correctos hace años. Aunque no ha llegado el precio, pero ya pues fueron probados correctos, entonces esa sería la posibilidad. Y me imagino, ya si estás aquí, ¿no? Rompes los 180 que ya fueron probados correctos, vas a $270,000. Y que no te quede corto, ya que rompas los 270,000 porque ya tienes todo eso correcto, $500,000. Así que voy a empezar a darles, lo estaba pensando, lo he estado pensando muy cabrón. Tenía una página, déjenme, me pongo acá por pendejo, nada más por mamón. Rapidísimo. Tenía una página de Instagram, bueno, en mi página de Salomondrín, y con mis amigos super culero, honestamente, cuando empezaron a salir todos los güeyes que le gritan a la gente porque no son rica, como Gary Vee y todos ellos, empecé a hacer memes de las pendejadas que decían, ¿no? De ahorra dinero y así tendrás dinero en el futuro, ¿no? Güey, eso tenía más engagement y likes que cosas que yo decía de verdad. Y ahí fue donde yo había dicho, verga, güey, qué cabrón está lo pendeja e ineducada de la gente. Y me imaginaría yo que ahora, pues la gente está más educada. Creo que ahora sería más fácil hacerlo. Y yo creo, hay una parte dentro de mí que quiere chingar y hacer eso. Y no sé qué tan bueno sea, voy a consultarlo conmigo mismo. Pero hay una parte muy grande dentro de mí que quiere hacer los videos más pendejos prometiendo que XRP va a llegar a $2,000 por moneda, que Bitcoin va a los $180,000 para fin de diciembre y siempre continuando empujando los targets para arriba y después para tiempo, contando historias de cómo Bitcoin es indestructible aunque se lo hayan confiscado a todo el mundo que quieran confiscárselo y que la Unión Europea, todo eso. Creo que sería muy divertido para mí mismo. En fin, por ahora la trimestral ya lo vieron, estamos ante el 50% y la parte más baja, el siguiente rango está en los $73,000. Vamos a la mensual, donde hay cosas muy interesantes en la mensual ocurriendo, ¿ok? Tienes una vela estilo toperona más o menos por acá, que no lo es. Pero lo que sí, tienes el promedio del 9 justamente abajo en los 104,620. Y la parte baja de la zona azul acá en los 103,500, ¿ok? Claramente también la mensual viene en una tendencia alcista con altos más altos, bajos más altos. Lo pueden ver perfectamente acá. Y acá ustedes deberían de tomar esto como referencia. Una vez que rompas esto a la baja, esto te va a indicar la fuerza que vas a llevar, porque no lo has roto desde octubre del 2023, esta tendencia. Es más, la puedes sacar de hasta acá, si te quieres mamar, ¿no? Y ponerla así. De octubre del 2023, rompes esto a la baja y ¿qué te va a decir? ¿No? Va a ser tu primera indicación que vas a caer. Ahora, lo que me gusta de esta tabla es la volatilidad. Volatilidad está en el punto más bajo de toda la historia en la tabla, lo que sugiere, para los que apenas están aprendiendo también, que puede venir el movimiento más grande de la historia en Bitcoin. Y ahora, para este movimiento más grande en la historia en Bitcoin, yo sé que ya están pensando en esto. 145,000 aquí arriba en la media, 144,000 y aquí arriba 215,000. Ahora, muy pocas probabilidades de que vaya a la baja, porque pues ya sabemos que los 180 pues pasaron. Aunque no los ha tocado el precio, pero pues ya ocurrió. Si perdemos los 103,700, ahí es donde te daría un movimiento grande y digamos que el 88,3% en los 46,000, tienes también el promedio del 100, ahí es más o menos donde lo verías. Pero como este canal ahora es muy alcista siempre, porque no importa y no pasa nada si te equivocas todo el tiempo siendo alcista, muy probablemente vayamos a 215, así que compren todo su Bitcoin de una vez en cerca de máximos históricos. 2 semanas también tienes en volatilidad, periodos de nula volatilidad, en una tabla de 2 semanas. Esto quiere decir que 2, 4, 6 semanas, mes y medio, hemos tenido nula volatilidad y volatilidad está por debajo del 15% desde agosto. Ahora, con eso, ¿qué es lo que estamos viendo acá? Lo que estamos viendo acá es simplemente esta vela de indecisión que fue donde tocamos tope, esta vela que hizo a todo el mundo pensar que fue el fondo, esta vela que literalmente esta vela es envolvente bajista. Total. No sé por qué, no sé si lo había dicho antes o no, se me olvidó. Vean, esta vela se come a esta. Con que tengas un cierre debajo de los 98 que te acompaña con la mensual, y esto va a cerrar en 2 semanas. Por eso no sabíamos, porque esto acaba de abrir ahorita, acaba de cerrar. Si esto llega a cerrar por debajo de esta vela en los 98,000, esto te confirmaría por adelantado que vas para abajo. Pero recuerden, este es un canal alcista, por lo que 180 ya lo tocamos, entonces vamos a buscar objetivos más altos. 244,000, suena perfecto con todo lo que les tengo que decir. Así que no sé si sea confuso o no que estar haciendo estas bromas, pero son bromas. Ok, estamos solamente viendo este rango. Oigan, hoy iba a ser un nadie me preguntó también un video. Honestamente, necesito, no sé por qué, Alejandro, ¿no? Mi changuito está como pendejo por ver la estupidez que existe en el planeta. Se cree muy inteligente el idiota, entonces lo voy a llevar a la playa, se va a meter un caracol en el culo y hasta que no se le baje no puede hacer videos. ¿Ok? Ese es su castigo del changuito. Porque, puta, cómo se muere de ganas de hacerles videos y contarles pendejadas. No lo voy a dejar hasta que se calme. En la semanal tenemos 4 periodos de nula volatilidad, con volatilidad también abajo, pero empieza a empujar para arriba por encima del promedio. Recuerda que nuestra volatilidad no la consideramos en expansión hasta que crucemos esta línea y tengamos confirmación. ¿Qué quiere decir confirmación? Cierre por encima de la línea, ¿no? Es lo que estamos buscando, de la línea meme en el 15%. Eso nos da confirmación oficial. La semanal, esta es la vista que me gusta a mí por lo que tomé el corto de Farhan y Alex. El promedio del 34. El promedio del 34 en la semanal es lo que nos está rechazando justamente ahorita. Y quiero que quede claro, la última vez que caímos del promedio del 34 hubo continuación. ¿Qué quiere decir eso? Que veniste acá y lo tocaste, no pasó nada. Veniste acá y cerraste por debajo. ¿Qué pasó? Te llevó hasta acá, a los $74,000. Acá ya lo veniste a tostear ¿cuántas veces? Ya cerraste por debajo y ahora estás acá. Esto quiere decir que tu alto margen en este rango de trade está en los 110, 700, que es la zona donde les puse esta línea que les dije hace bastante del rango. Sería para mí la oportunidad máxima para un corto antes de una caída fuerte. Y es lo que voy a tomar en mente para mi siguiente corto. Espero si este me sale bien. Bueno, ya está saliendo. Simplemente voy a estar buscando los 100, ¿qué eran? 100, lo que sea el promedio del 9 en las de 8 horas. Eso es mi TP. Entonces, en la semanal, ¿qué tenemos? Ya una tendencia bajista. Estás llevándote los mínimos. Lo único que no has hecho es llevarte los mínimos de junio, pero todos estos ya te los llevaste. Ahora, una vez que te lleves los mínimos de junio, perdón, acá, que son 98,000, que también te daría la confirmación bajista en la mensual y en la de 2 semanas. Si llegas a caer de ahí, tu siguiente punto de no llevarte para abajo que te va a llevar es 93,000 dólares. Pero en este canal somos muy alcistas, así que $500,000 es lo que sigue. Imagínense que así hablaran de verdad los YouTubers, ¿no? Que te dijeran así la neta, como piensan. El único pendejo que hace eso soy yo y no debería de. La de 5 días tenemos volatilidad expandiendo ante la caída. Normalmente estos son movimientos lo puedes ver acá. Esto es una expansión perfecta. Y puedes ver cómo se mueve la línea blanca, no libremente. No puedo ir arriba y abajo y ponerla en todo el precio. Se mueve así porque es por cada sesión. ¿Dónde tienes tu confirmación? En esta. ¿Dónde tienes seguimiento? No, espérame. Cabrón. En esta. ¿Y dónde estamos ahorita? En esta. ¿Ok? Esto a mí me sugiere para abajo y esta para arriba es una corrección. Porque volatilidad, ahora, lo hemos dicho varias veces también, volatilidad se puede dar la vuelta y apoyar el movimiento en el lado contrario. Y acaban de decir, no, entonces, ¿cómo va a funcionar esto? Güey, es lo que es, ¿ok? Puede pasar. Pero por ahora lo que yo estoy viendo simplemente es un retesteo del promedio del 55 en la de 5 días, el retesteo de la zona del 61.8%, lo que nos va a llevar al promedio del 100 en los $93,000. Es lo que yo veo. Pero, como este es un canal alcista, lo que yo veo es, estamos retomando el promedio del 55, vamos a explotar a la parte baja de la zona azul en 115, de ahí vamos a reventar a los 127, crear un nuevo máximo histórico, van a dar hipotecas de 90 años, van a mandar cheques de $5,000 a todos y de ahí vamos a los 144 solamente por 2 horas antes de ir a $500,000. Eso también es un chiste. Por ahora, si quieres ser alcista, lo que tienes que romper son los 107,300. De los 107, bueno, ahorita se los voy a enseñar todo en temporalidad más clara. Tenemos y habíamos tenido esta expansión de volatilidad con la subida y vi cómo se metió por acá, lo que señala para mí que esto es una corrección. ¿Lo pueden ver? Esta es una corrección. Esta corrección puede encontrar rechazo o en el promedio el 21 en los 107,370, la media 107,700. Y ahí, simplemente perdiendo el promedio del 9, que es la parte baja de la zona azul en los 104,300, te debería llevar al 61.8% en los 100,800. Y ya ahí te pelearías hacerte bolas a llevarte este mínimo. Y eso es lo que te diría más o menos dónde estás parado. 8 horas. 8 horas es donde estamos analizando esto cerca, porque es la vista más sencilla, creo. Si no me equivoco, No, en realidad es la de 12 horas. La de 12 horas con el rechazo del 34 y también perdiendo el promedio del 21. Lo único que te falta perder es el 50% y vas a la parte baja de la zona azul, que en la de 8 horas es donde está el promedio del 9, en los 103,600, que es mi TP en este corto. Y me van a decir que no va a continuar para abajo. No tengo ni puta idea. Ya saben que me gusta llevarme poquito dinero. ¿No? $100 acá, $100 allá. Algún punto te hacen $1,000 si lo quieres ver así. Para no estar mamando de cuánto dinero. No, es que, güey, qué varo tan impresionante, ¿no? Solamente para que entiendan el concepto. ¿Queremos ser alcistas? ¿Quieres romper los 105,500? Que también es el punto pivote en la mensual. Y si no podemos cerrar por arriba de 105,500, olvídate llegar a 106,600 y de ahí a los 110,300. Para ponerlo sencillo a todos ustedes, los voy a llevar a mi tabla. Déjenme quito el HPDR. Esta es mi tabla. Pueden ver la tendencia bajista en la que estamos, pueden ver los rechazos, pueden ver que estamos por encima del promedio del 9, lo que es un poco riesgoso para el corto en el que estamos en este momento. Pero desde que caímos acá en octubre y luego acá digo, ¿qué día de octubre? Esta es una tabla diaria, el 23 de octubre y luego acá el 25 de octubre, caímos por debajo y no pudimos hacer un SFP del promedio del 9. Idealmente, esta vela es el SFP del promedio del 9, que es la línea azul que viene para abajo y nos puede dar continuación a la baja para favorecer mi trade, ¿no? ¿Quieres ser alcista? Continúa en los rangos, güey. No tienes por qué voltear a ningún otro lado por ahora. Una vez que rompas los 107,300, aquí en el retesteo de esa zona, porque recuerda, no quieres meterte cuando el precio hace esto. Te quieres meter cuando el precio hace esto. El segundo toque. Y la razón por qué es porque te podría, imagínate, ¿no? Voy a poner una línea aquí. Te podría jugar que ve, güey. Ya va a cerrar ahí arriba y la siguiente vela hace esto y rechaza. Acaba Farhan de mandarles a todos ustedes bueno, a la gente que está en las alertas de trading, un buen cortillo. Estén al pendiente. Yo estoy en este corto ahorita, en este momento, en los 106, 133, esperando mi TP en los 103,700. Ponte tú, no me sé el número, ahorita lo checo, pero por esa zona. Y pues es alcista siempre y cuando cierres por encima de los 103,300 y lo hagas 2 veces mínimo en la diaria o 3. Yo pondría 3 cierres diarios, ¿ok? Pero si rompes a la alza y retesteas, vas para arriba. Si no, este fue el tope y tienes que ir para abajo. Simplemente porque estás haciendo un SFP, normalmente esos SFPs son reversiones, dan reversiones de tendencia. Vamos a la dominancia de Bitcoin, que nos continúan diciendo que ya viene la alt season. Uy, no sé si noten esto en la diaria, pero Bitcoin continúa en esta potente tendencia alcista. En realidad la perdió acá, pero sigues haciendo bajos más altos, tío. En todo y altos más altos. Tal vez no que este, pero va a venir a tomarlo. Pero tienes bajo más alto que este, bajos más altos que estos y bajos más altos. Lo que quieres ver si eres bajista en la dominancia de Bitcoin es que se lleve el 59.53% a la baja y tu siguiente objetivo estaría acá. La cosa es, tienes un cruce plateado a la alza y ese cruce plateado a la alza viene a retestear el cruce plateado aquí abajo y simplemente eso daría continuación a la alza en la dominancia de Bitcoin. Y recuerda que si la dominancia de Bitcoin va para arriba, no quiere decir que el precio siempre tenga que apoyarlo. Si la dominancia de Bitcoin va para arriba y digamos que el precio de Bitcoin va para arriba, no quieres estar en, ¿cómo se dice? No quieres estar en altcoins porque todo el mundo quiere la ganancia de Bitcoin. Pero en un mercado bajista de Bitcoin, la razón por la que la dominancia va para arriba en Bitcoin y el precio va para abajo es bastante sencillo. Dominancia para arriba porque todo el mundo está viendo que las altcoins están yendo a la mega verga y quieren perder menos en vez de salirse. Y entonces por eso se suben a Bitcoin y la dominancia de Bitcoin continúa a la alza en mercados bajistas. Si eres muy alcista en la dominancia de Bitcoin, quieres ver retomar este S&P 200 en el 61.63%, pero primero tienes que pasar este tope en el 61-41%. De nuevo, siempre y cuando continúes en esta estructura tal cual como está ahorita, continúa siendo alcista la dominancia de Bitcoin. En el macro también lo es. Simplemente estás dando un SFP abajo de este canal y yo imagino que vamos a regresar pronto a darnos una vuelta. Pero all season todavía no. Tienes tu cruce plateado de Bitcoin por acá, veniste a retestar el promedio del 9 y para mí esto va a ser un SFP. Lo que va a decir que hagamos esto y nos lleve por ahí en lo que Bitcoin va a caer. ¿Por qué va a caer Bitcoin? Porque literalmente tienes presiones deflacionarias. Bitcoin no ha vivido nunca un entorno deflacionario. Y yo sé, todas las noticias te dicen que es inflacionario el periodo. Si les crees, para que sepas, no estoy casado y no quiero que hagas lo que yo te estoy diciendo. Si tú crees que en verdad estamos en un periodo inflacionario, estás pendejo no comprando Bitcoin ahorita en $105,000. Pero pendejo, ¿no? Ya viste lo que pasó en el 2020. Lo mismo con las acciones. Entonces, no te quedes fuera de eso. Y si crees que esto ya está cayéndose, sáltate Bitcoin y vete a Solana, XRP, pon todo tu dinero ahí, porque tienes inflación y aparte la dominancia de Bitcoin cayendo, es lo que quieres hacer. Si estás del otro lado y puedes ver la deflación y estás viendo que estás en una tendencia bajista con la dominancia de Bitcoin en camino para arriba para poder cogerse a todo el mundo, entenderás también otra cosa acá. En esta tabla mensual de la dominancia de Bitcoin, este que viene por acá es el promedio del 100 sesiones. Nunca hemos estado por encima de, pero adivina qué. Venimos y lo tocaste por primera vez e hiciste un SFP. Caíste por acá. ¿Qué quiere decir eso? Vas a mínimo venir a retestearlo en el 62.13% y mientras más consolides por esta zona, más probabilidades vas a tener de subirlo y sería la primera vez en la historia de la tabla mensual de Bitcoin, de la dominancia de Bitcoin, que lo rompas. Así que ese podría ser el resultado. Por ahora, Bitcoin continúa en su tendencia bajista y hasta que no literalmente rompa los 107,300 a la alza y empieces a cerrar por encima continúas en esta tendencia. Oportunidades de cortos, por supuesto, y de estar equivocados de que esto va a continuar para abajo porque no va a dar continuación y este fue el fondo que ya todo el mundo vio en Twitter. Bien, lo único que tienes que hacer es esperarte a que subas, retomes el nivel de los 107,300, lo dejes subir y cuando lo venga a retestear, ahí entrar. Esa sería tu idea, si es que eres alcista en Bitcoin. Y ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Vamos a Alex, what do you got? CRM? Oh, 1 second. Yes, there you go. You're muted, sir. And your internet's frozen. And I don't know what's going on. Well, your internet's working, Farhan. Oh, there you are, Alex. You're muted. There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right.
No, I think Alex is, internet is fucked.
Yeah, I think he's hotspotting off his phone because the power went out.
Fucking fantastic.
It's that Mexican,
What do you got there?
Mexican
That's
power
Bitcoin.
connection. Yeah, let me switch to, what was it?
Excellent question. 1 second. It was CRM and take two. T2.
All right, I'll do take 2. I'll take 3.
Boom, boom.
Switch. There we go.
There we go.
You're ready, Alex?
Yeah, there we go.
All right. Excellent news for Farhan.
Market gods won't stop us. Yeah, I don't know.
What do we got?
Hotspots, you know, weird, but
It
yeah.
worked?
Take 2 for me.
Oh, you're doing take 2.
Oh, I could do CRM.
Yeah, take 2.
Okay.
Okay,
There you go.
well, yeah, perfect. We're back in black. You know, take 2, I was really looking for a move down into that 240 to like 237 region. And we talked about, you know, that's the next logical spot for a throwback. We were just playing that 2-week EMA9, and we really made it simple for us. We've been expanding off the 2-week EMA9. When we reach this zone here, this, you know, you're very far from support. You had confluence, maybe 240 being tested, just simply playing the two-week EMA 9. Now things have shifted. You got a 2-week close, really ugly, and you even dumped through massive support. Now this is very interesting because you are holding the 21, but you're now under the 9. Often gives you a setup where you rally back up to the 9. I'll delete this because now that throwback scenario is out the window. This is more likely now to reject that 240, but we won't know until we know. And that's why now we're watching the reaction here. This next 2-week will be very important. This next 2-week candle closure. If you get back above 240, that's your trigger that you'll expand up and actually test around 257. Now, if you start rejecting this region and specifically losing that 2-week EMA 21, that'll be good confluence to you that this will make a move down to that 212 to 214 region. And at that point, you are testing the last major higher low that was formed here. So then all eyes on the trend shift, really. I mean, if bulls are really going to hold control here and keep expanding, you really should just expect the bi-weekly EMA 21 to hold, move you up past 240, get some close above that, leading to consolidation and expansion. Because here, you're just in the midst of a breakdown while BBWP is putting in a setup. This is very much not what bulls want to see, but there is still hopium with trend. Now, for me, though, if you go back to 212, 213, there's a good reason on why you could get a bounce there, but that bounce could just lead into a major lower high. And that's why we're really gauging specifically August force low. If you take August force low, this will be in a 2-week downtrend, and you will be really gauging weakness here off of BBWP being really, honestly, pretty low here. And it's still actually grinding down. So that's all off of the 2-week, very telling 2-week. And this isn't a boost of confidence to really long this chart. It just tells you 240 is the spot. You get back above there, you'll feel a lot more confident. But any rally up to that point needs to be really respected. And you could be potentially putting in a head and shoulders here. If you do end up popping up to this region, moving down, which would form at the, near the top, near the end of an uptrend or at the end. So, just something to note as you go into the 2-week and the monthly. We can go now to the 5-day, get a little lower time frame. And honestly, this 5-day even gives you confluence of the bounce idea. Maybe the 5-day EMA 34 holds and you start making your move up to that 5-day EMA 21. Now, logically, this 9 will move down. Still, 240 to me seems like the spot that you should be watching. Daily even has a nice gap around 246. Daily EMA 9. But we see here, right? We are at the daily SMA 200. So again, just more argument on why you should be looking for that 240 if you're going to position short. Then over here, this is more like the gray zone. Shorting into this region, you could just get smoked off of a daily SMA 200 rally, right back underside, right up against underside resistance here. That's the idea. And this doesn't look like a big move, but it would be a 5% move up to that 241. Just something to be very aware of. Because you have seen 240 reject, and that 240 rejection did lead you down to 220. So it is something worth watching. And even here, deviations and the rejections of 240 led you all the way down to 216. So you have seen this kind of price action before. Playing the ranges, I think, will be your friend for take 2. It's a pretty crazy chart. You're in a pretty tight range, but is the range now breaking, and is this just falling back towards that 214 to 213? Because the 2-day did have a pretty nasty trend shift. And just that rally scenario here would just give you that lower high in the midst of a clustering moving averages, which again, just tell you this probably won't get past really much past 240, in my opinion. That 240 region, you just keep seeing it being major resistance. But again, even on the 2-day, probably not worth shorting here. Wait for the bearish retest and then play maybe. Because even on the weekly, look how well this was respected once you deviated 240, moves up to that region, just often rejected. Even here, pretty harsh rejection off 239 all the way down. That was a 9% weekly candle. So this is the spot you want to be cautious. I would not be longing take two until you get at least weekly closures back up 240. And until then, this is looking like it's breaking down. This is all implicated for the monthly close really closing bad. You have to be very aware of this because you have been holding the monthly 9 really since it got reclaimed in October of 2024. Now what we see is that monthly 9 has moved all the way to $231.39, which can tell you if you start moving down to that 213, not only will the 2-week trend shift, but you will actually get a monthly trend shift in the midst of a monthly EMA 9 loss. So that can tell you that the spot we're at on take two now is very crucial for bulls to actually defend. Because if this spot doesn't hold, and let's go back to that weekly, and the weekly loses the EMA 34, well, that just puts us in a price structure shift to the downside, a massive sell trigger, and next target would be around $200 psychological number. And if that's going to be the next target, then, well, yeah, 213 to 212 will easily be hit, giving you that monthly trend shift, all implying that the monthly will actually close quite bad here. And mind you, this isn't, the best monthly candle you had in October. It closed more in doji posturing, but still it just shows indecision, in that 250 region for me. So the battle still continues, and I do think that just using, the weekly 2-week with the 2-day can really be your friend. And really, as long as you are above that daily SMA 200, you're really not supposed to be shorting this. So just be aware of that. You don't short into a daily SMA 200. You use this spot to gauge a bearish retest here, and then maybe position. So I do think that's what you're potentially going to get. Watch 240 if you're trading this chart. 240 is the spot. You can become bullish once you get back above 240. You've seen that hold before. I've been talking very bearish on this, but very easily 240 gets reclaimed. You hold it, you expand. Very simple. Big dumps. 240 was support. You made a new high. So this is bullish. This is not bullish. And if you start rejecting 240, that's going to be really bad for bulls because it's going to look like this will trend shift and perhaps go into a bear market. So just be very aware of what's on the line. And if you do see take two reach that 212 to 214 region, that's going to be just the start of a major breakdown. I do think that will give you a bounce, but like I said, that could easily just turn into a macro lower high, right? Because if this monthly starts filling out and just going majorly red, finding some bottom here, wouldn't in December you gauge a rally back up to the monthly 9 if, let's say in this scenario, you lose it, giving you maybe the breakdown to the 21 into that 200 region. But that still means that you could easily get mean reversion bounces at 9%. So just be very aware of this chart. You're at a big spot. I'd be watching 240 for a trade if you're looking for a short, because you just know easily if you get a reclaim back above 240, most likely then you're going to start squeezing up. And it's really not going to be until you break 250. We'll call it November 6th high, where this will be in a breakout. Not very useful. It's very close to an all-time high, but that's what you get with these charts. So that is all I have on take two. What an interesting chart. Not very easy because you're at support on the daily, monthly, and so forth. But that's why we're going to be gauging that weekly and 2-week to really see if the chart's going to either break down from here after a little rally or actually get a reclaim and maybe get a bottom out of here. So just be aware, though, this chart can easily roll over pretty fast. Look at the reaction once that 214 actually was flipped into resistance. I'll get the specific number was, 214.91. And then from that rejection, you went down very quickly, 25%. And it didn't rally majorly close to the highs again. You just simply played the levels and then deviated, reject, leading to another 19% move. So, when you get down to these zones here, you just have to be very cautious. Because if you do lose 214 with a monthly trend shift, you are opening up the potential of a major breakdown to like 158. At least 200, though. So just be very, very aware of that with these charts. Major line in the sand. You get back above 240 and the 2-week reclaims the 2-week EMA 9. It's all good for bulls. You're just going to move up, and this will just be nothing but a little mishap. That was it.
Excelente, señor. Perfecto.
I think you're muted. Or am I?
No. Can you hear me?
Nice.
Yes.
No, I can hear you now.
Perfect. Thank you.
There you
That
go.
was very clear, very simple, the way you put it. So next for you, next up. 1 second. LLY. Is that? Let me see what it is. That's what I thought.
Eli Louis.
Ozempic. See how fat people are doing. Ah, man, killing fat people is at an all-time high. Excellent.
All-time high. Let's go.
Just wait until cancer starts like to really kick in. This is going to go to $1 billion. Take 2. All right. Ahorita vamos a analizar la medicina de los gorditos. Pero vamos a empezar, damas y caballeros, con Take-Two. Take-Two Interactive es esta empresa que hace videojuegos. Me parece que están haciendo Grand Theft Auto. Y el problema por lo que están teniendo esta caída que están viendo en este momento en la tabla mensual es sencillamente porque retrasaron el juego no sé cuánto tiempo, ¿ok? Y aparentemente lo siguen retrasando una y otra vez. Ahora, quiero que noten lo siguiente. Caídas de esto, porque es muy alcista este asset, ¿ok? 58% en el gran mercado bajista del 2022, que de verdad sí fue un mercado súper bajista en todo. Este es un extremo bastante grande, este 58% a la baja, ¿ok? 58%, tómenlo en cuenta. Y los voy a llevar al 2008, ¿ok? Solamente para medirlo un poco con más precisión. Acá tienes el del 2005 acá, pero ese no es lo que contamos. Vamos a medir el 2008. 2008, vienes de acá arriba, acá abajo, 80% abajo. Ahora, quiero usar como referencia el 2020, porque en el 2020, que todo cayó, que fue agosto, septiembre, octubre, noviembre, diciembre, fue de acá a acá, 25%. Esta empresa no cae. En los aranceles que le pusieron a todas las empresas y a Bitcoin también, los aranceles de Bitcoin, que fue el 2025 en abril, enero, febrero, marzo, abril. Esto fue lo que pasó. Cayó 20%, 19%. Esta madre no corrige mucho, ¿ok? Y les voy a poner esto estamos en un gráfico mensual. Tengo ya mi objetivo en los 338, sigo firme en él. Es lo que sigue. No estoy diciendo ahorita ya de un putazo, pero es lo que sigue. Midiendo de tope, vamos al 20%, que es una corrección normal, $211, ¿ok? Eso sería una corrección fuerte estilo COVID, por ejemplo. Y ahora, una corrección estilo 2022 te llevaría $111. Y ahora, una corrección 2008 te llevaría $50. Y aquí es donde tú tienes que pensar a dónde me va a llevar esto, ¿no? Les voy a decir. En este momento, Take-Two Interactive, voy a empezar en la de 6 meses. Simplemente porque hay tantos datos en este gráfico, creo que es importante poderlo ver por lo que es. Este movimiento de acá a acá es la tasa, ¿no? Y eso es lo que nos lleva, para la gente que se pregunta por qué vergas tienes este objetivo de aquí arriba, es literalmente de aquí abajo a acá, sería el movimiento aquí arriba. Y ya tienes tu primer cierre acá. Siempre y cuando no te lleves los 2.15, vas a ir en camino a los 3.38, a la alza. También tienes volatilidad, expandiendo el punto más bajo de toda la historia en la tabla, y este es tu primer nivel de expansión. Ese primer nivel de expansión te lo dio ante esta vela verde, lo que sugiere que estamos ante una corrección. Eso es en la de 6 meses, ¿ok? 3 meses habías tenido expansión de volatilidad acá, justamente en octubre del 2024 y has tenido todo esto. Ahora, se está dando un respiro tu volatilidad acá y está apuntando para abajo, pero nada todavía que nos diga que va a ser bajista. Nos preocupamos una vez que estemos por debajo del promedio, que es la línea blanca. Por ahora no podemos hacer ni decir nada. Todavía faltan 1 mes y 22 días para cerrar esta vela, así que con mucha tranquilidad podemos tomarlo. Esta es una estructura alcista, por supuesto. Tienes bajos más altos por toda la tabla, hasta de acá a acá. Lo pueden ver cómo la línea va para arriba. No hay duda alguna. Yo me atrevería a poner esta por acá, tomando en cuenta que esto fue un SFP y lo que nos llevó y catapultó a la alza. Para mi oportunidad grande en esto sería tocar el promedio del 55. ¿Por qué? Porque en tu tabla trimestral no lo has tocado desde el 2013. Y acá te hizo un front run de él en el 2022. Si fuera, ¿no? Si yo estuviera pendejeando y volteo a ver este gráfico y veo que está en el 55, compraría. ¿Y eso qué tan lejos está del tope? 54% abajo, para que tengas esa idea. Yo creo que eso sería el extremo más fuerte de todos, por acá en los $101, entre los 120 y los 101. Por ahora, esto es lo que está cabrón. No hay nada aquí que sea bajista en este gráfico de 3 meses. Alto, alto más alto, bajos más altos, o sea, no hay nada. Mensual. Mensual te puede empezar a poner otra historia enfrente, porque tienes una vela de indecisión e instantáneamente caída. Cuando tienes velas de indecisión en lo más alto del precio, cualquier cierre por debajo de ellas normalmente tiene seguimiento. Y acá, lo que nos está aguantando muy bien, estamos perdiéndolo por $1, es el promedio del 9. Siempre hemos dicho, en la mensual estás por encima de tu promedio del 9, güey, esto es alcista. Esto todavía falta la mitad del mes, 18 días para cerrarlo, y aquí es donde vas a darte una idea. ¿Cuándo fue la última vez que cerraste por debajo del promedio del 9 así bien? Acá, en julio del 2020, no, acá. Ok, del 2023, la única vez que has caído por debajo del promedio del 9, una vez que subió todo, fue acá cerraste justo abajo, no lo voy a contar. 1, 2, 3 velas en abril del 2024. Esto, para los que no se acuerden, y vamos a ver, esto fue la crisis de Japón, ¿ok? Bajó 21%, 20%. Para que tengan esa idea, si no se acuerdan de la crisis de Japón, pues cabrón, empiecen a tomar pastillas para la memoria de corazón. Fue una corrección de 20%. De nuevo, nada loco. Fuera de eso, no hemos bajado el promedio del 9 desde entonces, del 2024, ni en la gran caída de los aranceles, ni siquiera tocamos el promedio del 9. Y ahorita estamos por debajo de. Esto nos dice que normalmente cuando coqueteamos con el promedio del 9, puede haber una corrección. Y esta corrección se puede estar dando en este momento. Una vez más, vamos a medir una corrección de 20%, que sería básicamente a tu promedio del 20, en los 211. Ahí es donde podrías abrir tu primera posición, poder agregar a tu posición que ya existe, etcétera, en justamente los 211, que sería tu corrección promedio. 2 semanas tienes volatilidad llegando, no al punto más bajo de toda la tabla, pero estás por debajo del 15%. Voy a poner el 15% acá, mi abu, para que lo tengas. Este 15%, una vez que lo revientes a la alza, vamos a ver para dónde está empujando el precio. En la de 2 semanas, sí se ve bajista el pedo. La razón por qué es porque tienes una vela topera. Déjenme borro todas estas pendejadas. Tienes vela topera e instantáneamente la validaste. No nada más la validaste instantáneamente, pero caíste por debajo del promedio del 9. Y ahora esto te estaría preparando para pensar que instantáneamente vas para arriba, y es lo que a mí me hace pensar que esa es una trampilla. Ya de todas maneras, no has tocado el promedio del 21 desde el 2024 una vez más. Siguiente objetivo, tienes que venir a tocarlo en los 226. No tienes que, pero me late que sí va a ocurrir. Y si lo tocas y lo revientas, suena que los 212 por acá es lo que te va a aguantar más o menos con este promedio del 34 en la de 2 semanas. Semanal, tienes una vela envolvente bajista, no tienes una vela topera, instantáneamente estás por acá, justamente te aguantó el promedio del 34, el promedio del 34, perdón, la línea blanca para que tengan como referencia. No has caído de él desde octubre del 2024, llevas un año por encima de, Y yo creo que sí te va a dar, te debería dar un rebote y luego una caída. Ahorita ya estás viendo el rebote. Si llegas a perder los $231, vas a venir a estos 215 o hasta tal vez los 200. Diaria tienes expansión de volatilidad ante la caída. Lo puedes ver acá, hizo como un gap de los 256 hasta los 227, básicamente $25 de pérdida. Todavía no tienes un cruce plateado a la baja, por más que tengas volatilidad apuntando para arriba. Bueno, esto sí le gusta mantener volatilidad en extremos. Yo acá lo que pondría es un gráfico de 2 días. Ahí está, esto te da más claridad. Ve la envolvente bajista, ve la topera, seguimiento instantáneo, caída, ok. Y acá tienes los 216. Si te llegas a llevar los 216, que es esta zona de acá, tu siguiente objetivo a no llevarte si eres alcista son los 188. Y yo creo que justamente acá es donde vas a encontrar la gran oportunidad de Take Two. No veo cómo mierdas va a perder más algo que es tan alcista. Ahora, si entras en un pedo de mercado gigantesco donde todo se va a la verga, pues, güey, tu caída mínima es de 50% y eso te pone... Esto es lo que quiero que vean. En la mensual es la manera más fácil de verla. Todos son rangos, tíos. De este rango, ¿no? Acá a este rango de acá. Has estado jugando aquí abajo, recuperas este rango y ahora rompes al alza. ¿Qué pasa cuando rompes un rango al alza? Normalmente vienes a retestearlo y con eso continúas, ¿ok? A menos de que esto sea un SFP. La cosa es, si estás pensando en rangos, este rango mensual ya tienes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 meses por encima de. Personalmente, y esto también es lo que está diciendo, más bien esto es lo que está diciendo Alex, pero yo también estoy de acuerdo con él. Yo creo que tu corrección va a venir acá y va a dar continuación. Lo puedes poner acá o puede ser agresivo acá. Y esto es lo que yo creo que te va a detener por acá. Una vez más, si esto se vuelve y pierdes esta línea meme y pierdes esta y esta, lo que no quieres perder son los 179 si eres alcista. Porque entonces esto es un S&P gigantesco y esto te va a indicar que mínimo vienes a los 140. Mínimo. Así de jodido. Pero pues sí, Take Two continúa siendo alcista, simplemente está dando oportunidades de entradas por ahora, es lo que parece ante la noticia. Y si anuncian pedofilia en esto, pues bueno, se va a ir al cielo, pero todavía no, solamente en Roblox. Así que estén al pendiente. Y estaríamos mal en esta corrección simplemente si te llevas estos máximos en 264, pero por ahora no hay nada que nos esté diciendo que ese sea el caso. Creemos que vas a venir mínimo a los 214 a establecer esto como soporte y de ahí catapultarte a estos 338 que ya están puestos. Vámonos a un CRM con Mr. Farhano.
CRM, share my screen. There we go. We'll start with the 6-month on CRM because it's one of the few stocks that we actually have enough data to populate the HPDR with on the 6-month. And we are starting to get a breakdown with the loss of our 38.2%. And every single time we've noticed that we've lost a 38.2%, it has led to some pretty significant moves to the downside. And on this one here, we went to the 100%. This one here, we went basically right to the 100%. This one we went to around the 88.3%, very close to the 97 and 100%. On this one, we went even beyond the 100%. So if you were to measure each one of these moves to the downside on these significant pullbacks, this one is about 50% down. Let's see if they go along with each other. This one is 16% down. This one is from open about under 16%. And this one is about 60. Oh, nice. 69% to the downside. Perfect.
Elegant.
And currently that 38.2% is sitting at about $262. We close in about a month and 22 days, which is a long time, even in stocks world. And we are currently right around that 9 EMA. And the confirmation for the breakdown for me is going to be a close below that 9 EMA. That 9 is currently trading at or sitting at around $240.87, $2 higher than where we are right now. Right around that number. So whether we close over it or below it is going to tell us whether we're going to break down or if we're going to get a little bit of a mean reversion bounce from here. And bouncing from here would take us up towards somewhere around that $260 to $262 area. And closing above the area is what sends us back to new all-time highs. Closing below it confirms a breakdown. Jewel is now starting to lose the sell signal, flipping over into a neutral with momentum starting to flip back out of the bearish control zone, or very close to flipping out of the bearish control zone. Although we are starting to put in some possibility for hidden bearish divergence because we are breaking this previous high on momentum, whereas price is still making a lower high from this high here. This will confirm with any close below $230, giving us an easy move down to this 21 around 190 bucks. So quarterly now. Quarterly is also flipped to the downside on momentum with volatility expanding, and the jewel is now starting to flash a sell signal. See if there's any divergence present here. No, nothing. With the loss of our 9 EMA, and the 5 is about to cross below the 9. Although we are getting to the 88.3%, which is more of a bounce zone. Monthly is also flipping to the downside now. We're very close to losing the moving average, with volatility very close to going to an expansion phase. Rejection of our 21 EMA. The confirmation and breakdown is going to be a monthly close below this 55. That takes you down to that 190s target. 2 week. Zoom in, momentum flipping to the upside with volatility now contracting, and you've now lost the buy signal on the jewel, and you're getting a fresh silver cross to the downside. So with this momentum flipping back up, holding this bottom 38.2%, likely you get a little bit of a bounce from here, ends up with that short-term bouncy area of the 88.3% we just saw. Retest the silver cross, this 9 EMA, somewhere between 247, maybe up to 260 bucks, which was that 38.2%. Somewhere around there is likely going to be your bearish retest before you dump to this 200, which is at around $212. But eventually you're likely going to be testing that 190s area. It's a nice short right there. If you were to take it at this 9, even at the worst entry, put your stop loss at this high right here, around 10% versus 190 is, it's just the psychological number of 200, 19%. And if you were to take it from the cross, this would be the more aggressive stop loss. This would be the more conservative one. This is at about 5% from there, so that's not bad. Versus even the 200 is at around 18%. Pretty good. Weekly now starting to freshly flip to the downside of momentum with volatility in an expansion phase, and the weekly is also losing the buy signal on the jewel. We came very close to getting the buy signal with the pink about to cross over the yellow, but now they are starting to diverge, and this is looking like this is going to flip into a sell. Although we are still holding this bottom 38.2%, which lines up with that short-term bounce towards somewhere around same area, 247 to like 260 to the upside. 5-day now also flipping to the downside, very close to getting into the bearish control zone with volatility expansion. And we are now losing the 38.2% on the 5-day, which likely gives us a bearish retest of somewhere around that same 240s area and then continuation on the dump. With 5-day also now diverging on the jewel. Two-day is now confirmed to break down, loss of that 38.2%. Likely you do see a little bit of a bounce from here, takes you into somewhere around 245 to 250 for that 38.2%, right around there at 250. Retesting this breakdown, these HPR ranges can step down, and then you can continue dumping toward 200 bucks with a fresh sell signal on the jewel. Daily also kind of lining up for a bounce right now, somewhat of a bottom candle. As long as you are above 234, likely you are going to bounce a little bit, with momentum getting very extreme to the downside on the daily. And that daily bounce target takes it so it's the same about 250 area, with also a silver cross to the downside right now, fresh silver cross, and a very nice silver cross as well, where all of them are bunched up together when they cross. And that gives you about same target, actually exactly same number, 247 to 250. 4-hour now flipping back up on momentum with volatility now contracting, lines up with the idea of a lower high bounce. Also a fresh silver cross on the 4-hour, lining up the same number, about 247, 250. Let me check RSI. Come on. For the longest time, I thought my phone was locked to Verizon, and then I found out it was not locked. So now today I'm going to be purchasing a Mexican plan so I can get some faster data.
Fucking better. Make my boys rich. There's only 2 people that own all the companies.
Carlos Slim is rubbing his fingers at the moment.
Carlos Slim and the Peraltas.
It's like, got him. All right, so on the 6-month, we have confirmed active drive of hidden bullish divergence, which is going to be active as long as we're closing over $230. And your next target on that divergence is going to be the bullish control zone, which currently sits at 262. Next level is the simple moving average, and that level is at about 584. This likely will update several times before it hits anywhere near that number. Quarterly now has active multiple drives of bearish divergence. I believe that's 3 drives, and this will be active as long as you're closing below $296. Next target on that divergence is going to be the neutral zone, which currently sits at about 165. This also likely updates with volatility contracting on the bearish divergence. Monthly currently has active hidden bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over 226. And your next target on the divergence is going to be the neutral zone, which is at about 273. Kind of looks like this divergence will be invalidated, but lines, you're still at that 55 EMA, which is a bounce zone support area. Nothing there. You're forming some hidden bearish divergence now because you have taken out this high on momentum with price making a lower high. That will confirm with any close below, what's the low here? 233. And that'll give you a target on confirmation of this 200 at about 212. With a fresh silver cross to the downside, kind of looks like that will confirm. Weekly is already confirmed, multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below about 267.13, and your next target is going to be the bearish control zone, which currently sits at about 215. Oh, lines up with that 212 area, with volatility now starting to expand for many periods of 0%. 5 days not putting in a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence. This will confirm with any close below 249. That'll target the bearish control zone, which currently sits at about 226, and that's the minimum target, with volatility at many periods of 0%. 3-day also confirm many drives of hidden bearish divergence. You get a little bit of a bounce towards somewhere around 247 to 250, and then the next target is the bearish control zone, which currently sits at about 213. I love that number, with volatility now expanding from extreme lows. Nothing there. Wait, did we break the high? Oh, we did make an ever so slightly higher high. But there's no lower high on price, so there's no divergence. Daily also has that hidden bearish divergence, although you well into the bearish control zone. Next target would be somewhere around 230, only $8 lower. Nothing there. Hidden bearish divergence on the 2-hour too, or 2-hour as well. This will be active as long as you're closing below $241. And next target is the critical zone, which is 234, only $4 lower. We'll check momentum. Did somebody tell Salesforce that $2,000 checks were being sent out? It needs to go up.
I think that's the problem right now. I don't think they've gotten the memo, and that then afterwards, with all of the remainder of that money, we're going to pay the national debt off. So they haven't gotten the information yet, but soon, I'm sure President Trump's going to get on the phone and telling them.
It's quite simple. Send it up. On 6 months, we're freshly. We're invested. We haven't over invested by a lot. It is what it is.
We got our money, but
So
it'll be
6 months,
fine because it's going to continue to go up.
It'll keep going up. We mortgaged the house. I'm sorry, Melania. We're homeless.
It's a 50-year mortgage, the most beautiful mortgage you've ever seen. Cost more up front, I know, but it's great. It's great because it's 50 years, and most people won't live to pay it off.
We mortgaged the White House. I'm sure JP Morgan would love to put a mortgage on the White House.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So on the 6 month, we're getting momentum freshly flipping back up, maintaining the bullish control zone, and we will be flipped up as long as we're closing over $241 and let's say 50 cents, with momentum taking out every single previous momentum low, price making higher lows along the way, putting in hidden bullish divergence on the 6 month. Which has been confirmed by flipping momentum back up, and we are at the lowest level on volatility that it's ever been at. Quarterly is freshly flipping to the downside, with volatility also approaching the lowest level it's ever been at, and we are going to be flipped down as long as we're closing below $305.30. And just like we had hidden a bullish divergence on the 6 month, on the quarterly, we've got bearish divergence because we have higher highs on price with a lower high in momentum. And this was confirmed once momentum started flipping to the downside. We have hit the easy target, which is the 21 EMA. Right now, the confirmation of the bottom is going to be closing back over the 5, and that'll likely send us back to new all-time highs. Closing below this 21, though, is going to send us down to this 55, which is currently sitting right now at about 160-ish bucks, which does line up with that RSI bearish divergence target. That's very interesting to see that. And it still technically would just be a macro higher low from this low here at 132 bucks. And on this previous major low, we did front run this 55 EMA. So this time we finally would be connecting with that 55 EMA. Still a major zone for a macro higher low, macro bottom, sending it to new all-time highs from there. And that still would put in a likely hidden bullish divergence with maintaining a higher low from this low here. And that is from the all-time highs, a pullback of over 50%. Wild how a 50% pullback would still put in a higher low. Monthly is still flipped to the downside, with volatility now expanding on the monthly, and it will be flipped down as long as you're closing below 280 bucks. 2 week is now also flipped down to the downside freshly, with volatility now was starting to expand. Now it's once again contracting, and it will remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 240. Oh, nice! The power came back on, with 2 week giving you a fresh silver cross to the downside. They don't even give us any warning either; they just shut off.
Welcome to Mexico, dude. There is no anything. We'll never know when it's going to come back, or we'll never know why it's off. Period. So just get used to it, sir.
And they charge exorbitant American rents.
Oh yeah, of course.
Whereas in Miami, if you were to pay this much, they'd have a generator.
You have a fucking butler.
I guess they don't. They haven't heard of generators in Mexico, I guess.
Nope.
And the cartels are using all of the gasoline to make their product. So on the weekly, we're getting momentum freshly flipping back up, with volatility now starting to tick up from 0%, and we are going to be flipped up as long as we're closing over $242, which we are slightly below right now. Flipping down here would be a rejection of getting out of the bearish control zone. Maintaining upside here would be getting out of the bearish control zone, and then likely sending us up towards that 260 target. We are right now forming some hidden bearish divergence, which will be confirmed with the close below $234.48, and that would also maintain flip momentum back to the downside. 5 days currently also flipped up, with volatility now starting to tick up, and we will be flipped up as long as you're closing over 242, which we are also slightly below. 2 days freshly flipped down with a derp of death, volatility expansion, and we will remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 255. Daily is also flipped down with a derp of death and volatility expanding from 0% and fresh silver cross, and we will remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 257. And 4 hours now at 100% on volatility, and we will flip up if we can close over. Where's the pivot? If we close over about $242.85, which we were about $4 below. And 2 hours now, very close to flipping up. We're already over the pivot, and we will flip up if we close over 237. I'm guessing the hourly is already going to be up. It is indeed already flipped up, with volatility now back at extreme lows. Lines up with the bounce towards that silver cross retest, which is at about that same 247, 250 area. Go back up. The high time frames are now still the extremely high time frames are still lining up with with more bullish more of a bullish outlook, because we have momentum freshly flipping back up on the 6 month, putting in hidden bullish divergence with volatility at the lowest level ever. But this is a 6 month setup, and this will take a long time to play out. And in the more medium term, well, still long term, but less of a long term than the 6 month, you do have momentum flipping to the downside, putting in bearish divergence. It's arguable that the target has already been hit of that 21 EMA, but it's not confirmed until you get a closure back over your 5 EMA, which sends you back to current all-time highs, likely new all-time highs at that point. And right now it is rejecting that 5 EMA, but you also have not confirmed the move to the downside, which is a close below your 21, and that will send you down towards about $160 to $170, which is also one of your bearish divergence targets on the RSI. If you go down to your very, very low time frames, momentum is starting to flip back up, lines up with a little bit of a bounce from here, especially since you have very extreme areas on your to the downside on the HPDR. Likely going to retest your fresh silver crosses on the daily and the 2 day, which is right around that, and the bottom 38.2%, around that 200 and 200 and what was it, 230 $247 to $250 area, and then target to the upside above there is going to be the top 38.2% at around $265. Likely does not get past 270, and from there you're going to end up going down towards your 200 SMA at around $212, which is also one of your bearish divergence targets. And then below there you have 190, and then about 165.
Beautiful. XRPP would be next, senor, for you.
All right, it's time for garlic bread. He's been promoted. He's no longer garlic house. He's no longer garlic bread. He is now garlic house.
Get it right, Mr. Garlic House. Oh, fuck. Thank you. That was very, very clear. All right, I'll start with this. Estamos viendo CRM, Salesforce, acá en Gringolandia, es como le decimos nosotros. Bueno, Paga nos aventó desde temporalidades de 6 meses, que son bastante justas. ¿Por qué? Porque esta cosa tiene bastante información. Esto abrió en el 2004 y hemos estado en este canal alcista desde el 2016. En realidad empieza más abajo, pero es la manera fácil de verlo. Pueden ver que tuvimos un SFP acá que nos llevó a máximos históricos y ahora justamente estamos peleándonos con nuestro promedio del 9 en la de 6 meses. Cuando pierdes tu promedio del 9 en la de 6 meses, que ha pasado en el 2022, en el gran mercado bajista del 2022 y en el 2008, son las únicas veces que has perdido el promedio del 9. Así que aquí, en la de 6 meses, acá tienes algo bastante bueno ocurriendo porque lo pone bastante cerca. Si llegas a ver que esto en un mes y 22 días, todavía faltan menos de 2 meses para cerrar esta vela, lo hace por debajo de los 236, que es donde está tu promedio del 9, vas a tener una buena corrección. Y estas buenas correcciones, como la que nos enseñó ahorita lo que acabamos de ver, por ejemplo, el 2022, del 2021 al 2022, un 60%, ¿ok? Y en el 2008, vamos a ver cuánto fue la corrección. De acá, 74%, digamos 70%. Entonces, entre 50 y 70%, ¿no? Es lo que verías normalmente si llegas a perder el promedio del 9. Ahora, vamos a ver del tope para poder poner algo así. 50% nos lleva a 182, que es algo que pensamos es bastante probable. Y 70% donde nos pondría básicamente en esta zona de los $100, $107. Gracias a mi mujer por estar imprimiendo algo aquí junto a mí, remotamente. Oye, si las mujeres saben cómo chingar hasta de otro cuarto. En fin, no se crean. Por ahora, lo que estaríamos esperando en esta corrección también, mínimo que sea un toque del 21. El 21 se encuentra en estos momentos en los 189, por lo que esta línea meme se ve un poco inevitable. Y la sorpresa sería venir, ves acá el promedio del 34, la línea blanca, 140 probablemente va a llegar acá. Ahora, esto lo estamos viendo y también tenemos el setup de volatilidad más grande en toda la historia de esta tabla en la de 6 meses preparándose. Así que todavía no sabemos qué es lo que va a pasar, pero va a venir un movimiento muy fuerte en CRM, ¿ok? Igual que en Bitcoin. La trimestral también tiene volatilidad contrayendo, una vez más, está contrayendo fuerte y va al punto más bajo de la tabla, no está tan lejos, está en el 24%. Ahorita la volatilidad está en 32, solamente 8% arriba del periodo más bajo de toda la historia, lo que nos dice que también probablemente veamos uno de los movimientos más fuertes de toda la historia en esta tabla. Por ahora, la trimestral. Tuvimos nuestro cierre por debajo del promedio del 9, del 5 y estamos peleándonos con el 21. La última vez que hicimos eso, que cerramos por debajo del 9 trimestral, fue literalmente la caída del 2022 y de ahí la gran recuperación. Y esta fue caída de 50 y tantos % para que lo tengan en mente. Antes de eso, aquí solamente jugaste en el 2020 con la idea de caer, pero no caíste. También sabes la mamada que fue el 2020, puro pinche palo. Y antes de eso, la única vez que has caído del promedio del 9 y cerrado por debajo fue el 2016, una sola vela y después le diste para arriba. Y antes de eso, 2011, igual, una sola vela y antes ya fuerte el 2008. Así que estar por debajo del promedio del 9 mensual, digo trimestral, es bastante bajista para nosotros también. Y ahorita justamente perder el promedio del 21 sería bastante fuerte. Primero irías al 34 y tu siguiente objetivo el 55 en los 163. Mensual, tienes volatilidad expandiendo ante esta caída. Lo puedes ver acá, pum, pum, pum. Y esta volatilidad está, aunque apuntando para arriba, yendo un poco de lado, lo que le está dando tiempo a esto antes de que dé el movimiento fuerte en la mensual. En la mensual ha estado por debajo del promedio del 9 desde marzo del 2025. No se recuperó por los aranceles que le cobraron a Salesforce. Intentó retestar el promedio del 9, lo volvimos a hacer acá y ahora caemos. Lo que estamos viendo ahorita, simplemente como es tan bajista, es algo como lo que estás viendo en Bitcoin. Esto es lo que estaríamos esperando nosotros. Un retesteo de la zona de los 260 para después continuar cayendo. 2 semanas tienes volatilidad ya preparando un setup. El último que nos dio fue en octubre del 2023, el setup de Hamas, que fue explosivo, pero fue explosivo a la alza. Por ahora, adivina qué tienes. En la de 2 semanas tienes un cruce plateado a la baja. ¿Qué quiere decir eso? Que el promedio del 9 o el mismo cruce plateado pueden ser retesteados. Aquí tienes ya 2 objetivos. Primero, donde está el promedio del 9, que también es el EMA 100, y en los 245. Y el segundo, el retesteo del cruce plateado en los 260. Así que ahí tienes 245, 260 es lo que nos pone esta tabla con volatilidad a punto de expandir. Semanal tienes volatilidad nula en varios periodos, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 semanas. Antes de eso, ¿cuánto habías tenido algo así? Hay varias. Ok. Hay varias. Así que nos prepara como sea uno de estos movimientos fuertísimos. Y acá tenemos el SMA 200, la línea morada que ves acá. Esta línea morada, una vez que la pierdas, que también coincide con la parte baja de este canal, te va a decir que vas a venir a estos 195 y después a los 163. Esos son los targets que tienen más probabilidad. Esto no va a ser rápido, ¿eh? Esto va a tomar tiempo. Pero estos serían los objetivos de los movimientos que estamos viendo. Diaria, has tenido que. Diaria tuviste periodo de nula volatilidad. Perdón. Periodo de nula volatilidad y luego inmediatamente expansión de volatilidad. Pero, déjenme ver esto. Literalmente pasó en un día y esta volatilidad expandió ante la caída. Ahora, en cortas temporalidades lo que estamos viendo es, ya no llegaste al SMA 200, habías retestado el SMA 200 en mayo del 2025 y continúas cayendo. Ahora hiciste tu SFP más grande en el 100, lo que me dice a mí que ahí tienes bastante debilidad, pero la jugada ideal de esto sería, pum, SMA 200 y por fin continuación. Esto es lo que tiene más cara de que va a ocurrir. Entonces, cualquier oportunidad por acá en los 260 a 200, ponte tu 45, va a ser una buena oportunidad para entrar apostando a la baja. Y si quieres entrar simplemente comprando spot para esto, yo me esperaría 195, 163. Es lo que tiene cara de que va a hacer esta cosa. Muy alcista a través del tiempo, no tiene nada que haga una corrección, hasta una corrección acá. Si llega a hacer esto y se va para arriba, es un bajo más alto que este. Así que continuaría en la misma postura. Ya te llevas acá los 126 para abajo y bueno, ahí ya te pones en otro punto. Pero yo ni siquiera voltearía a ver eso. No creo que vaya a ser el caso, pero digo, todo en este mundo es posible. Todo puede pasar. Es la magia de la vida. Ok, vámonos a la que sigue con Alex, que es, ¿qué verga será? Ah, la de los gorditos. Yes, the fatties. 1 second.
Killing fatties at an all-time
Killing the
high.
fatties is highly profitable, boys.
Bullish, as they say. Bullish.
Effectively.
Very
It's
nice.
even more bullish than decentralized Bitcoin that can get confiscated.
Because these you just keep in your freezer or something.
And their product works even better than the European one. They make
The
Manjaro.
The what?
Eli Lilly's product Manjaro works better than the European shit.
Oh, these guys make
Because
Manjura,
Ozempic is
not
European.
Ozempic.
Yeah, Novo Nordisk makes Ozempic.
You're totally right. Absolutely. Well,
Oh.
these fatties, huh?
Which is
Strong
European.
medicine for
There
the
you
fatties so they can die sooner.
But hey, they'll lose a few pounds.
It works best for that.
That's right.
There we go. You know, this is interesting because you are making a new all-time high. You know, so it's just in a precarious spot, just in this perspective, because, well, you did make a new high. But if you use specifically July 2024's wick high and also August 2024's wick high, you get this little range here. So now we're just in wait and watch mode. Does $966.74 hold? Or does it reject ever so slightly, making that higher high before coming in for a higher low? That's why it's a little more tricky because, you know, it's easy to say new high, we're going to move up from here. But for me, I think it's better to wait and watch. You know, this can get easily, you know, follow through off this breakout if you just start closing above these wick highs on like a weekly very easily. Until then, you did already have a higher high break. And this could now afford a sell-off. Definitely can't afford it. And mind you, actually, from this point, you have just gone up only 25% without any real pullback. So this is where then the weeklies come into play. We do have a weekly silver cross, and I simply just drew a meme line here, just representing the breakout. You very easily can see if, let's say we can't close weeklies above $966, Eli Lilly could easily come down for that 855, 856 retest. Very easily, would do nothing wrong for this chart. And rather, this would actually greatly solidify the bull case, because if this just starts moving up while you're pressing extremes on weekly volatility, it's going to lead to the come down being really aggressive. Deviation down will look a lot more toppy. Whereas if this just makes that wick high, higher high, starts rolling over, not closing above 966, but actually starts coming in for that retest, they're both solidify the higher low, and they potentially get contraction of volatility. Because again, it's at extremes. It's at 90%, can keep going up higher from here, but just not the most promising thing you'd want to see if you really want just this breakout to keep going. Let's see the weekly HPDR. Let's see what it says to us. Maybe we are going to keep going up. But even here, the perspective is, more wait watch approach, 4 days left to go. And well, you're almost at the 100% on this chart. On a weekly, it's pretty insane to see that. Have you even ever pressed 100% almost? Almost here. Almost did in this region in September before that pullback. Right? So what do I mean by that? We broke the 97.5%, got right into that region, but could not actually hit it. And again, the point I'm trying to bring home is this is very already in the extremes. It already got it higher. It already has its higher high break. So really, it's like just squeezing a lemon that's already been squeezed. You're better off just waiting and sitting on your hands for this chart. Because where are you going to short even if you short this? You know, it's too aggressive. You just bet on this high being put in. But see, you can just see it's just too aggressive right now to even short this. That's why better wait for the weekly. This candle will help you. If it starts rejecting, really bears just want a shooting star here, meaning this green dildo flips red. And bulls just simply want $972 to get reclaimed back above these wick highs. You will just get continuation in the midst of an extreme read, which then could tell you this. If you're, pressing this region, maybe you won't just continue, but you'll actually get bullish consolidation, into next year. And this is like the bait for shorts that just want the easy short. So that's one scenario. Again, bullish. Really hard, though, to make an argument for this going much higher. So just be very aware of that. This is the weekly. I'll go now to the 2-week. We can see 2-week is at extremes. Volatility is approaching extremes. And you're just in that spot. And mind you, this rejection at $972 was pretty harsh. Right here, this led you down 8%. So again, perspective is key of 11 days. And again, bulls can't afford a pullback here. Whenever you get these higher high breaks, for some reason, psychology and people are just long up here. We'll just go up only. For me, this is always just like, let's just wait for this. This is a lot easier money and just play what you know. Because if you're longing up here, you're just hoping on a lot. And really, honestly, we don't need to hope when we trade. You'll have a monthly 9 supporting this idea into December, closer to like 855, 840. And you can see here the monthly 9 was resistance. We did break out. You got the follow through. So again, into December, you absolutely can make an argument that this region will be tested. And then that region being tested holds. That's your breakout to maybe 1,000. 1,100. Let's see what the monthly HBDR says. Yeah, it's like 1,040 to then 1,100. It's not bad. So we'll go to the daily now. Let's see if lower time frames can say anything else. Higher high, you have your daily higher low. That was formed November 7th. So, okay, a little lower time frame trading here on the daily. If you're going to be bearish, you at least can wait for 966 to at least not be reclaimed. Lower timeframes are above it now. And then you just simply wait for this wick high to get taken out. Could look like this. You roll over, you lose the daily 9, you lower high, maybe get a gap fill somewhere into here, and then move down. But this scenario is just dependent on the trend shift. But you can see very clearly why. I'm not recommending anyone to short this because it's just not, it's not actionable. Once you trend shift, you have, what's your percentage from major support? 4%. And the move down from that point was a 7%. It's just not worth the risk to reward, even shorting this. You're better off just sitting on your hands all November, TPing some here and just waiting for that 855. Because you know that, well, in most bullish charts, the monthly 5 gets tested, and very minimum, that's at 855, maybe shifts to 860, 869 for the culture. But still, even in the midst of this breakout and this high, you still did come back, test the monthly 9, and went up. And this entire move up, you've just been making your lows off the 5 before moving up. So that's why when you get a higher high, I'm not really excited for these. These are very easy analysis. You're just waiting and watching. You can really get dirty with it if you wanted and play the 4-hour and whatnot, but I don't recommend that. Rather, you're just better off sitting, waiting for this daily to close. Watch the levels at 966 to 972. See if you start slowly SR flipping these wick highs, which then will tell you that maybe then the weekly will do it. Once you get some higher time frame closings, like a weekly, 2-week, that's when you can start making an argument to maybe be aggressive and longing here. Until then, if you're just longing this based on nothing, it's really risky because this can come in for a higher low, which, as I showed, could be literally like a 10 to a 12% pullback pretty easily and still be bullish. And why would I say that? Well, on the weekly, this was the last major higher low. You can see here, if we just look at the story of this chart, consistent lower highs, lower low break. This held as the low. This should have been the lower high. It was not. This then started to put bullish structure. There was your higher low because this was the higher high break. You then came down. You then flipped this region into support before breaking out. So now that we see the story, this chart can easily come in for higher low pullbacks. They can be quite aggressive. 9% before a breakout. So again, just why you probably shouldn't be longing here. Just in my opinion. Anything else? Really nothing else. Not even getting much on the bi-monthly. Clean bi-monthly. We'll see if we close above these wick highs like I said on the weekly. But still a long time to go. Just on my own curiosity, how's the yearly looking? Man, maybe the fat market's actually the good market. Damn.
That's the good one, dude.
Oh, that's crazy. And then last of the 15-day, let's check it out. So yeah, I mean, you are just trying to break out here, but even here on the 15-day, you couldn't even get the throwback. So really, in my opinion, you're watching now 966, 972. That's the spot. You very easily could play within this range for a little bit too on the daily. Would be a little more tricky. But again, you understand this isn't macro higher high. So instantly, if you're starting to long this on any kind of higher time frame view, you're just instantly in less of an advantage at this point. If you were gauging this as the higher low, bullish price structure, higher high break, that was the good trade. Or even here, just simply playing the daily higher low to the higher high to the next region, which you would have already been looking since, because of this price action. Here, you don't really have much. And so I just be cautious of that. 966 to 972. If you get back above 972 specifically, let's see if you hold that into the week. If the weekly can get that, then that'll be the first good sign that this will just get continuation up. But until then, be very aware. Everything's at extremes, literally everything. And what we've seen with this chart is it can get very far away from the weekly 9. Like if I throw the 5 off, right, you can get very far from the weekly 9. But you can smack down and retest it very easily in like one candle. Very far from the weekly 9, and you can smack down and retest it. Right? Like this just seemed like it was going up only, and then you did get the retest, but did it hold? No, it didn't hold. Then you went down to the next zone. 21 didn't hold. You went down to the 34. So when we get into these charts, we just always play what we know. Visually, this is very easy. Wait for 855 if you're going to trade this at all, because then there you at least can play the trend. And you get at least very close or closer to your invalidation. And you have an easier target where if you're just longing this, well, you're just kind of hoping that like this doesn't deviate, and then you start drawing a lot of lines. It doesn't look as clean, and then the lower time frame chops you out. So with macro higher highs, trend is your friend. Wait for the higher low. Higher low could come anywhere from 855 to like 830. But anywhere in there means that it probably is not wise to long a 970 Eli Lilly. So it could greatly change though. And if the monthly gets above 972, that's my trigger where, yeah, you'll probably go up to $1,000 in December. But you have 18 days to go until then. So better just to wait.
Couldn't agree more. Man, killing fat people is, well, not fat. Yeah, killing fat people is incredibly
basically
profitable. Wish I would have known that before fucking getting into filmmaking and all this stupid bullshit I did. This is way easier. And they do it by themselves, by the way, which is the most incredible thing. Everyone's complaining about like, they forced us with a COVID vaccine, but let me take my fatty injection that I chose myself so that I can fucking get all the cancers in the world. Excellent job, everyone.
Self-control. No, so what it sounds like to me is you medically induce yourself in a fast because you don't have self-control. That's what it sounds like Ozempic is to me.
Yeah, but unfortunately, what it does, it gives them kidney problems. It gives them cancer. It gives
it's like really bad for you. No, that's the point. Like you're inducing that where you could just stop eating. Like you could just do that naturally and be
like Today I'm fasting. I'm not eating all day today. I'm doing a 36-hour one, you know. And by the way, it's pretty in a way, it's very powerful because it makes you feel like I can dominate my entire self now. Because hunger is brutal, right? Like one of the most brutal things we go through. So really helps. If someone here has never tried it, try fasting. It's pretty awesome. And you lose so much fucking weight and you can eat all the stuff you want. All the good stuff afterwards, and it's fine. You continue
Yeah,
to
it's true
shed
though.
fucking pounds.
Even if you are trying to intermediate fast, that can just change someone's life that's used to 3 meals a day, waking up and eating. You're not really supposed to do that. Your stomach needs to rest.
No, what do you mean? You don't remember back in the day when caveman used to wake up in the cave with their wives and they're like, wife, honey, where's my orange juice and my pancakes? And then your wife made you orange juice and pancakes. And then you were like, all right, you know what? I'm going to take 3 more hours before I go hunting. All right. I need to fucking digest this food slowly and graciously. Put on the TV, honey.
But I was told that breakfast is the most important meal of the day.
By the same people that told you that inflation's coming back right now, and every retard's doing it. So there you go. All right, we'll close with XRPP. Let me finish this quickly so we can go on.
Let's go.
Thank you, boys. Thank you, Alex. That was great. Estamos viendo Eli Lilly, damas y caballeros. Esta empresa se dedica a matar a gordos con la competencia de Ozempic. Este es Mounjaro. Es básicamente lo mismo. Te lo tomas, te deja de dar hambre, luego te da náuseas, te quema el estómago por completo, te puede dejar ciego y te da diferentes tipos de cáncer. Pero, güey, bajas de peso de forma fácil en vez de tú tener que ponerte a dieta. Así que esto va a continuar a la alza. Si pedofilia es alcista, matar gente médicamente con algo que ellos buscan, ya ni siquiera que los obligan, con algo que ellos mismos buscan, es súper, súper, súper ganador en Estados Unidos y es lo que se dedica a esta empresa. Así que tenemos que apoyarla con todo para que pueda seguir matando a todos los gorditos y gorditas del mundo, que no tiene nada de malo, si no, no estaría en la bolsa. Así que vamos a continuar con esto. Podemos ver en la de 3 meses que esta madre es alcista y no pendejadas. Lleva bastante tiempo, pero en realidad despegó esto una vez que las Kardashian empezaron a anunciar y poner sus culos gordos, que ve cómo enflaquea, aunque parezco todavía bubulubu de lado, de frente, ¿no? Y esto es básicamente donde salió esta tendencita bonita y ahora todo el mundo está flaco, según ellos, sin músculo, porque también se come tus músculos, destruye tu digestión para siempre y te deja ciego, con buenos cánceres también, pero pues, güey, estás flaco, te ves bien. Esto es alcista, damas y caballeros, si no lo entienden, matar gorditos es muy alcista en Estados Unidos y podemos ver por qué. Altos más altos, altos más altos. Y lo que me gustó de esta consolidación, muy a la Bitcoin, ¿eh? Vamos a consolidar para abajo, llegamos a esta zona. Ahora, estás en una zona crítica en este momento. Esta tabla es más fácil de lo que podemos hacerle al mame. ¿Por qué? Porque tienes este máximo, tienes este bajadón y luego tienes el retesteo del máximo. Personalmente, yo lo que veo es algo así, o tal vez al promedio del 9 para después dar continuación. Esto no tiene que parar porque ahora lo están empezando a meter para que tu seguro lo cubra y te aseguren que todo el mundo pueda calificar para que le dé cáncer chingón. Y lo mejor de todo es que ya no te obligan. En la pandemia nos obligaron, pero ya ahorita güey, tú vas solito y te inyectas algo que te da cáncer. No mames, qué chingón, ya no tienen que obligarte. Entonces, lo que vemos es este tipo de consolidación que resulta después en un breakout. Y ahorita en temporalidades más cortas van a poder ver el por qué es tan importante. Pero, técnicamente hablando, ¿no? Cuando ven este tipo de correcciones, 36% a la baja, cabrón, por los aranceles de los gordos. Entonces, después de los aranceles para los gordos, vemos que reventó a la alza con esta vela trimestral, que es una de las velas trimestrales más potentes aquí arriba que hay en el rango, y estamos levantando el rango. Ahora, ¿por qué es importante esto? Tienes este máximo de acá. Esta vela topeó en $972.53. Y ahí es donde puse mi línea de resistencia. ¿Por qué? Es difícil a la primera venir y romper esto y quedarte por encima. Pero esto, si te quieres ir en largo, y ponte tú, no te da lo que te estoy diciendo, que haga esto y después reviente a la alza. Si esto simplemente hace esto, lo que quieres hacer es entrar en largo aquí, en el máximo de antes, porque normalmente tienes que venir a retestear antes de poder reventar a la alza, ¿ok? Y eso es el por qué básicamente tenemos que esperar para esta oportunidad. Aquí hay una oportunidad más en corto porque tienes una invalidación acá, pero técnicamente hablando, cuando estás en estos puntos, normalmente hacerle corto a este tipo de cosas es letal. Porque, pues, güey, solamente tiene que subir arriba tantito, ¿no? O sea, ya aquí ya te la pelaste, por ejemplo. ¿Dónde pones el corto? En el tope del tope, en los 982. Pero ya tienes una distancia mucho más choncha, por ejemplo. Estás acá, vamos al corto del alto acá, es 1.38%. Si tienes un 10% de apalancamiento, un 10x de apalancamiento, pierdes casi 14%. Si es que te sale mal. No está tan mal, honestamente, si le bajas el porcentaje de cuánto dinero le vas a meter y mates un 5x en un corto acá, no está mal, honestamente. Ahora, con opciones, quién sabe. Ahí sí yo no juego con esa madre, no me gusta ponerle tiempo al mercado. Acá otra cosa que pueden ver en la gráfica mensual, además de que es una tendencia alcista, sobre todo, pero fue bajista de ¿qué te gusta? Literalmente de agosto del 2024 hasta el fondo de los aranceles en agosto del 2025, fue bajista esto. Simplemente estuvo haciendo este tipo de consolidación por acá. Lo puedes ver aquí, ¿no? Y aquí tienes el breakout. Esto es un canal. ¿Qué quiere decir eso? Aquí tienes dos zonas de breakout. La primera no ha venido a retestear, mínimo en la mensual. Entonces, cuando tienes este tipo de movimientos, ¿qué es lo que pasa? Vienes de vuelta acá para después reventar a la alza si eres alcista, ¿no? Es lo que esperarías. Entonces, aquí tienes varias cosas que pueden ocurrir alcistamente hablando. Además, si te pones a fijar por acá, venimos a justamente pintar esta señal de volatilidad. Estás en la mensual, faltan 18 días para confirmar esto, pero parece que va a ser a la alza. Y esto quiere decir que más gorditos van a morir pronto. Entonces va a ser muy alcista esto, demasiado. Vámonos a la de 2 semanas y pueden ver acá que también nuestra volatilidad está expandiendo junto con la subida. La expansión de volatilidad comienza acá, lo puedes ver perfectamente por encima del promedio, etcétera. Y puedes ver que es la vela verde que está empujando a la alza con muchísima fuerza. Y mientras más nos acercamos, más podemos notar lo eficiente de este rango, lo bueno que es y lo potente también que es el movimiento en sí de esto. Semanalmente hablando, tienes también expansión de volatilidad ante esta subida a punto de llegar a extremos, lo puedes ver por acá. Todavía puedes llegar a extremos tranquilamente y pintar ahí por un rato. Tienes un cruce plateado a la alza, lo que sugiere que cualquier retesteo del promedio del 9, y yo tomaría la semanal porque son la fuerte, cualquier retesteo del promedio del 9 va a ser la oportunidad de entrada. Y esto pronto va a continuar subiendo y va a llegar a esta línea, lo que me hace todavía pensar aún más que lo que dice Alex es correcto, que vas a venir para acá y aquí apoyarte para la subida, simplemente por el cruce plateado que tienes. Y esto lo invalidas si pierdes los 784, ¿ok? Eso querría decir que pues vas a caer y vas a ir a buscar 717, si no los 622, pero todavía no estamos ahí. Diaria, tienes expansión de volatilidad ante este movimiento a la alza y ahora estás justamente llegando acá al punto de alto histórico pasado, donde estás encontrando resistencia. Una vez más, un patrón muy alcista, pero al mismo tiempo, por más que sea un patrón alcista, tiene técnicamente que venir a retestear y no ha, o sea, para empezar, no ha roto esta zona. Una vez que llegues a empezar a cerrar 3 diarias por encima de los 973, 74, ponle tú, con que cierres 3 de estas por encima te va a dar más opción a decir, ok, ya vino a retestear esto y va para arriba. Pero si no lo haces, vas a tener el movimiento aquí a la baja. Primera zona de oportunidad son los 886 y la segunda es justamente aquí, por ahí de los 850. Estas serían tus zonas de oportunidad. Tu invalidación de esto sería caer por debajo de los 783. Aquí puedes empezar a buscar objetivos mucho más a la baja. Pero por ahora, esto es demasiado alcista, sobre todo cuando la ves en la trimestral. No hay cómo esconderse de ello y simplemente es dónde vas a retestear para continuar subiendo gracias a la muerte de todos estos gorditos. Así que ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Vámonos con XRPP para todos ustedes, para que puedan disfrutar un poco de monedas que explotan. Señor
All right.
Farjano,
The
we're ready for
future
the PP.
friends. I'm gonna start on the quarterly on XRP, one of the few cryptos that we actually have an updated real quarterly on. And right now we got a pretty massive wick to the downside. I'm curious just how much of this is from open to wick low. That is 44.5% to the downside. But we are once again back over that 38.2%, which is the important area that we're looking at right now, with momentum flipping to the downside, rejecting the bullish control zone, and volatility now going into a contraction phase. If we do a close like this, it likely will get a little bit of a pullback on open to retest this 38.2% at around $2.43. But as long as we are holding this area, we should be going from there to retest around the 61.8%, at least on to make a lower high, and that is at about $3. That's pretty impressive bounce right there from 243. Let's take that to 61.8%. That's almost 25%. Not bad. And let's switch over to and also that move down to the 38.2% will very likely take out this momentum low, giving you possibility of hitting bullish divergence on the quarterly at that point. Let's go to monthly. Monthly is now flipping back up on momentum, getting back over the moving average with volatility approaching extreme lows. Monthly Jewel is flashing a sell signal, but it hasn't confirmed just yet. And last month's massive wick to the downside broke below the 38.2%, but it did not close in that area. Went back over the 38.2%, went back over the 21 EMA, went back over your median, and it ended up closing back over the 9. And on this current candle, we came down, retested the median, and as of now, we are still holding over that median. Ideally, I'd want to see it close over this 5 EMA at $2.58, and that'll send us back up to this top 38.2% at a minimum at around $3.41. And closing above this area is what sends us to new all-time highs. Minimum target from there is somewhere around $4.28 to the 61.8%, which is at that prophesized $6 zone that has been coming up for several months now. It's been a little absent for the past couple of weeks, couple of months, but now it is showing its face again. And right now, the 38.2% has once again caught back up with price action. We've been away from it for a long time, and for the longest time where we've been going sideways is when we've been going away from it. If you notice with price action, whenever you get some busting action, you kind of go sideways until it catches up to 38.2%, and then you get your trending moves. This one was to the downside. Over here, you were going to the downside, then you caught up with the 38.2%, were trading within it, and then you got your next busting action. And ideally for the bulls, you want to see your next you'll see your next busting action from here, and to confirm that as a weekly close over $3.41. Let's see if there's any divergence present right now. Nothing really here. 2 week now, very close to flipping back up, right at the edge of the bearish control zone, with volatility now about to go into a contraction phase, and you're approaching your bottom 38.2% after getting a close below it. This is going to be a resistance area as long as you are below it. When right now it's at about $2.62. Closing over that $2.62 area is what takes you up towards that $3.40 area, right around where your median's at 317. It's slightly above that mean line at 340s. Weekly is now starting to flip back up, rejecting the bearish control zone with volatility flipping down, and you're reclaiming your bottom 38.2%. That is at $2.42. Closing over that area likely gives you a retest of that $2.42 area, and then a move into somewhere around 270, which is your median. Probability-wise, you would likely be going to somewhere around your top 38.2%, which is $3.30. Getting you closer to the area that 340 to close over, send us to new all-time highs. 5-day also flipping back up, just like the weekly, also getting back over that bottom 38.2%, and 5 days not giving you a fresh buy signal on the jewel. 2-day also getting back over that bottom 38.2% with momentum flipping back up. Let's see what this closes. We have a lower low on price with a higher low on momentum, giving us bullish divergence on the 2-day, which will confirm with any close over $2.37, giving you an easy target of your 55 at around $2.66, and then your next target is about 280. Daily also flipping back up, getting in the bullish control zone with volatility expansion and a fresh buy signal on the jewel. But on the opposite hand, you are getting a bearish cross with the pink crossing below the yellow, but this has not confirmed yet. This is fresh with a buy signal out of the bearish control zone. Let's go to the 4-hour. 4-hour now starting to flip to the downside on momentum with volatility going into a contraction phase, and we were getting some very extreme areas to the upside of the HPDR, getting to 88.3%, well into the 88.3%. 4-hour is giving you a fresh silver cross to the upside with the 9 EMA currently sitting at $2.45. Likely on this close, this 9 will rise up to somewhere around this 200, and that's likely where you're going to get your pullback, retest somewhere around that 9, that 200 SMA, and from there, the HPDR ranges will have opportunity to step back up, and then you can continue onwards on the rally. I'll go into the RSI. Actually, let's do the Bitcoin pairing first on the HPDR. See, the RSI doesn't really give you much because so many zeros. One of these days they'll fix that zero thing on TradingView.
Well, I already sent the comments, dude, but the CEO hasn't gotten in touch with me yet. I don't understand what's going on. I called him on Saturday at 5 a.m.
What a malparido.
I know. I'll kick him in the dick when I see him.
Beautiful. On the quarterly, we're getting momentum on the Bitcoin pairing flip to the upside, breaking into the bullish control zone with volatility now going into an expansion phase. And we got a buy signal on our jewel, and we're getting back over all our major EMAs after a massive flush out to the downside. Let's see how much it was on the Bitcoin pairing from the open to wick low. Sheesh, 71% down. Wow. That's a lot. On the monthly, we're also now freshly flipping back up with volatility flipping to the upside on from extreme lows, and the monthly jewel is now losing the sell signal, flipping over into a neutral. The last time this happened was all the way back here, and here's how much of a move to the upside we had from that. About 376% to the upside after monthly momentum, or the monthly jewel lost its sell signal in the Bitcoin pairing. Right now, we are getting a fresh silver cross to the upside as well, very close to getting that silver cross. It's like a ball sack here away from confirming. This will confirm almost certainly on this monthly close, and that likely brings along a nice little pump ski along with it. Ideally, you want to see a close over this 38.2%, which is at many zeros 274, and that gives us a move up to the 88.3 or 78.6% to the 88.3%, and that takes you towards many zeros 6 to many zeros 9. I'm thinking somewhere around many zero 6 is a lot more reasonable, and even that is a very significant move up from where we are now. That is, good lord, more than 150% from where we are right now. Is that the prophesized alt season? I guess it's not going to happen then. On the 2-week, we're getting momentum very close to flipping back up with volatility approaching 0%. And the 2-week jewel is now once again flashing a buy signal, and we're getting very close to the median. Median is very slightly where we are over from where we are right now. We're getting a slight rejection from it. Many zeros 2-4 area. Getting a close over that area gives you a nice move up to somewhere around many zeros 3. Although it is interesting how XRP did a 5x in a month and an alt season hasn't happened yet. Maybe it has. Weekly now starting to flip back up on momentum. Volatility is now approaching extreme lows. We're making a little bit of bullish divergence, not really the strongest drive, but we need to close over the median, which gives us targets of that 0.3 area. Median right now is, I believe, at the ever so slightly below where we are right now in the 4-hour. It is at many zeros 2350. And that targets many zeros 28, which will give us that 2-week close over many zeros 24, which gives us a move into many zeros 23 or many zeros 3. Weekly and 5-day are giving us buy signals on the jewel with momentum flipping back up. 5-day is now getting close to the top 38.2% at many zeros 24, many zeros 25. Getting a close over many zeros 25 takes us up to many zeros 3. 2-day flipping back up on momentum, getting close to getting into the bullish control zone with volatility now expanding from 0%. And we are now getting over the 38.2% on the 2-day. Right now, that level's at many zeros 2-3. You want to see a close over this area, retest of this area, and that sends you into somewhere around many zeros 2-7 to many zeros 3. Daily also flipping back up on momentum with volatility support and the fresh buy signal on the jewel. And 4-hour, very close to flipping back down with volatility close to flipping back down. And you're getting to very extreme areas on the HPDR, high probability of a little bit of a pullback from here before continuation. Let's check the RSI. Come on, sometime today. There we go. Nothing. What is this close? 3.035. No, it's a lower high. 2 weeks while it's active hidden bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over $2 and 2.066. The next target is the bullish control zone, which currently sits at 359. The weekly is now about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence. That's cool to see, and this will confirm with any close over $2.53, and this will give you an easy target of the neutral zone and the simple moving average, which currently sits at about $3.18 to $3.31. The next target is the bullish control zone, which is at $4.09. New all-time highs. Nice. Nothing there. 3 days now putting in a third drive of bullish divergence. This will confirm with a close over $2.41. That'll give you a target of the bullish control zone, which currently sits at 355, right over that 340 area. 2 day putting in a drive of bullish divergence confirms with a close over 237. That targets the bullish control zone that currently sits at 310. Nothing. Quarterly is still flipped up, and it will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 90 cents with volatility firstly going into a contraction phase. But we have not closed yet to confirm that. Monthly is still flipped up, maintaining the bullish control zone. Volatility is now back at extreme lows, and it will remain flipped up as long as we're closing over 241. 2 week is currently flipped to the downside with a derp of death, and it will remain flipped down as long as we're closing below 293. Weekly is now about to freshly flip back up, right at the edge of the bearish control zone, rejecting the bearish control zone, and it will flip up if we close over 238. 5 days already flipped up with volatility support, and it will remain flipped up as long as we're closing over 229. 2 day is currently about to freshly flip up, and it will flip up today if we close over 246, and it will maintain the bullish control zone. Daily is also freshly flipping up, and it will remain flipped up as long as we close over 228, and it's about to break out of the bearish control zone. And 4 hours still remaining flipped up, and it will remain flipped up as long as we're closing over 252. I believe 2 will be flipped down. Yes, 2 is currently flipped to the downside freshly with volatility now contracting from extreme highs, and it will remain flipped down as long as we're closing below 256. Gives us a target of somewhere around that 200 SMA and silver cross retest at 245 to 240s. So the high time frames now on XRP are still leaning towards the bullish side, but the momentum flips strongly to the upside on the quarterly. And but if we do close like this, likely we'll get a little bit of a retest of that 5 EMA, and then based off of the monthly, which is currently still flipped to the upside, and volatility is at extreme lows now. What we want to see is a monthly close over the 5 EMA, and from there you likely will see some busting action to new all-time highs. If you go down to the 2 week, we are flipped to the downside. Weekly is very close to flipping back up. You're putting in bullish divergences on all of the time frames below the weekly. You got in the weekly, the 5 day, the 3 day, the 2 day, all putting in bullish divergences, which are close to confirming. Right now, those divergences, if confirmed, will take you upwards towards somewhere around 318 to 350, and getting a daily close over about 350 is what takes you to the next zone on the HPDR, which is around $4.28 to $4.30. That is your next zone, which is also one of the close to one of the bullish divergence targets at the next leg up to the new all-time highs, and that it will be confirmed with the close over $3.40. And right now, the invalidation will be getting either a tick below about $1.58 or a weekly close below $2.06. And then you're likely going to come down to somewhere around $1 flat. Right now, I'm thinking more my bias is slight move down, tap somewhere around $2.45, maybe $2.40, and from there try upwards to somewhere around mid to high $3. And if we can get a close over $3.40, then I'd open up the door to that $4.20 number.
Muy bueno, señor. Excelente. Well, you boys are done. Happy Monday. Anything else you'd like to say before you go running to the hills?
No, happy Monday, boys. Good stream, and see you on the next one.
Awesome.
Yep.
Well, thank you,
I
boys.
just want to say, watch the 5 day close tomorrow. If that does flip back up, the bearish setup has been invalidated, and at that point, it's probably wise to start looking for longs. And that pivot
Sounds
is
good.
1056.
Great note. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Thank you,
All right,
señor.
buenas tardes and hasta luego, muchachos. Señor El Cochiloco is signing off.
Hasta luego, señores. Thank you. Have a good day.
Cowboys.
Así es, nos recuerda el buen Farhan que chequemos en Bitcoin la tabla de 5 días que cierra mañana. Si cierras por encima de 5,500, de 105,500, te sales de tus shorts y te metes del otro lado, en el long, solamente para que lo tengas en mente. Antes de irse, fue el mensaje que nos dejó el buen Farhan, para que lo tengan bien positivamente clavado en la mente. Ok. Estamos viendo XRP en estos momentos. Déjenme le pongo mute a esto que me están mandando 30,000 millones de mensajes. Tenemos XRP en este momento, lo pueden ver. Esta es una de esas tablas que tiene un chingo de datos. Empezó en el 2013, por eso lo podemos ver en la trimestral tranquilamente. Vean la gatada del promedio del 9. Y justamente hemos estado haciendo altos que hicimos en el 2018. Y en el 2025, solamente 7 años después, pudimos romper esos altos. No, en realidad fue el 2020, sí, 2025. ¡Qué mamada! Y son un poco marginales, si lo podemos ver así. XRP en el 2018 llegó a 3.31 y ahorita hemos llegado a 3.65, o sea, literalmente con depreciación del dólar, si lo pones a ver, no ha sido tan bueno. Pero todo el mundo que ama XRP, que cree que va a ser el nuevo sistema financiero del mundo, ve que esto apenas está empezando y va a llegar a $20 por moneda. Recuerden, este ya es un canal completamente alcista. Así que tengo que decir todas las cosas alcistas del mundo. No, pero por ahora lo que vimos fue este reventón justo con su volatilidad que expandió a la alza. Y una vez más, aquí tenemos que poner mucha atención. Todavía falta un mes y 20, ¿cuántos? Un mes y 22 días para cerrar. Y si eres bajista en XRP, quieres ver que cierre la volatilidad por debajo del promedio. Si eres alcista, quieres ver que esto se dé la vuelta para arriba. ¿Ok? Sería lo mejor que puede pasar para XRP. Ahora, ¿qué es lo que estamos viendo por acá? No tenemos ninguna pista. Tienes esta vela topera que nunca ha sido confirmada por debajo de. La confirmación hubiese sido con un cierre debajo de 1.76, que es debajo de la vela, y no ha habido nada por el estilo. Hubo tomadas de liquidez potentes, pero nada más. Por ahora, XRP continúa en una tendencia alcista, haciendo bajos simplemente más altos que los pasados y ahora altos más altos por poco, igual que los pasados. Así que continúa la fiesta. La mensual, andamos por debajo del promedio del 5. La última vez que perdimos el promedio del 5 fue acá y eso nos llevó a los 1.60. Y esa fue la gran caída de los aranceles, porque todo el mundo sabe que a XRP le cobraron aranceles y pues cayó. ¿Quién lo fuera a imaginar? Y luego tuviste la gran toma de liquidez, el peor día de cripto de toda la historia, cuando todo bajó no sé cuánto. Y ahí lo tienen. Simplemente hemos estado peleando con esta resistencia arriba que no nos deja pasar. Pero pueden ver que estamos consolidando por encima del promedio del 9, que son los 2.48, $2.48. Y lo que estamos buscando, si somos alcistas, es poder treparnos por encima de nuestro promedio del 5, que está en los 2.73. ¿Ok? Encima de los 2.73, eso ya nos pone en postura alcista para dar continuación a esto. También en la mensual tienes que ver que tienes la lectura de volatilidad regresando al punto más bajo. El punto más bajo ha sido el 8%. Estás ahorita en 16, que es el doble del 8, pero cualquier cosa que continúe en esta tendencia, vas a ver la volatilidad regresando y esto nos sugiere que va a haber un movimiento muy violento en XRP. Probablemente van a anunciar que ya es la nueva moneda del mundo y con eso se va a ir a $39,000 por moneda. ¿Por qué está ladrando Vini? Está con Belén. Ok, perdón, mi perro está ladrando y nunca ladra. Es un gran perro, se porta mejor que el tuyo. ¿No? Por ahora estamos aguantando nuestro promedio del 9. No hemos perdido una sola vez el promedio del 9 desde la subida en la mensual y eso sería un gran indicador si estás volteando a ver objetivos del otro lado, que todavía no hay nada. Lo predatorio, y esto es por lo que es muy difícil invertir en este tipo de cosas, es cómo literalmente consolidan para abajo y te dan movimientos como el de esta vela. Ese movimiento de tope a fondo de vela, solamente de la misma vela, ¿ok? De tope a fondo es un movimiento de 48%. O sea, perdió 50% de valor solamente en una vela y lo volvió a retomar. Es una gatada esto. Entonces, o sea, brother, es una gatada. pero pues continúa siendo alcista. No podemos tirarle para abajo. Lo que sí es, voy a estar al pendiente de mi lectura de volatilidad mensual, voy a estar viendo al pendiente de mi lectura de volatilidad trimestral y ver qué es lo que pasa con este cierre en un mes y 22 días. Vamos a la de 2 semanas rapidísimo. Acá podemos ver que habíamos tenido este gran setup que fue el que nos llevó a esa explosión de XRP y desde entonces hemos estado por arriba, bajamos tantito, volvimos a reventar a la alza y ahora estamos contrayendo, estamos regresando para abajo, no hay tanto que comentar en esto. Lo que sí es que en la de 2 semanas también estás por debajo de tu promedio del 9 y debajo del promedio del 5, lo que te pone en tesitura bajista, ¿ok? Y ahorita estabas por encima del 21, que está en los 2.45. Aquí es donde quieres quedarte. Quieres poder aguantar por acá para no perderlo, porque si pierdes, ya lo perdiste en un cierre. Esto no lo habías perdido, el 21 no lo habías perdido en ningún cierre, ninguno, desde que tuviste el pompazo, ¿ok? Y el 21 es la línea amarilla que están viendo acá. Si llegamos a perder esta línea amarilla, no en este cierre, ya lo perdimos en uno, pero este cierre no lo cierras por encima de, y estoy seguro que va a jugar al pendejo esto aquí, va a subirlo y luego bajarlo y es el nunca acabar de las mamadas en cripto, ¿no? O en cualquier tabla, pero cripto es más predatorio, es más como Bill Cosby. Pues estás bajista, eres bajista en esta tabla, eres un poco, me acuerdo que era la mensual. La mensual no, hasta que estés por debajo del promedio del 9, pero lo que te va a confirmar tu breakout va a ser estar por encima del 5. En la de 2 semanas simplemente el promedio del 5, me parece que la mensual, exactamente, 273, 275. Básicamente la zona de los 273, 275 es la zona donde quieres llegar para poder reventar a la alza. Semanal, nos pone un breakout de volatilidad que después valió verga y ahora se está dando la vuelta para abajo, pero no ha contraído oficialmente, por lo que tenemos que mantener un buen ojo pelado en esto. Todavía faltan 6 días, acaba de empezar esta vela. Puedes ver que nunca había cerrado por debajo del promedio del 34, que es la línea blanca, y aquí tienes 1, 2, 3, 4, y este sería el quinto cierre. Yo estaría monitoreando esto primero, porque esta tabla es mucho más bajista que la de 2 semanas y sobre todo que la mensual, y mega más que la trimestral. Y si puedo reventar el promedio del 34 acá en los 2.53, retomar los 2.61, luego el 9 y el 21 acá, ¿no? Estos dos promedios. Y llevarme al 2, eso paso a paso va a ser cómo voy a llegar a los 2.75 y ya de aquí podemos considerar que vamos a reventar al alza. Pero por ahora, esto continúa siendo más bajista que alcista, aunque en cortas temporalidades como la de 2 días, 3 días diaria y más cortas temporalidades, ¿qué crees que estás viendo? Volatilidad a la alza expandiendo después de haber venido al S&P 200 en la de 2 días. Y aquí, ojo, una vez más, no habías caído del promedio de los 200, que fue tu zona de breakout desde noviembre del 2008, del 2024. Y acá tuviste 1, 2, 3 cierres por debajo del S&P 200 que parecen ser falsos. Podría ser esto un S&P que te lleve más para arriba, pero acá es parte de todo esto. Tienes el promedio del 100 que literalmente te ha rechazado desde octubre, el principio de octubre. Tuviste acá un S&P por encima del promedio del 100 y ahora lo vas a retestear. Primer objetivo en tu mente para ser alcista, poder destruir este promedio del 100 a la alza en los 258. Una vez que estés por encima, quieres venir a limpiar también los 265, venir a los 275 y cerrar por encima, y eso te debería llevar aquí a los 290, y una vez que revientes los 310, vas a poder volar a la alza. Para ser bajista, lo único que tienes que hacer es cerrar por debajo del promedio del 200 en la de 2 días, justamente acá en los 2.3. Si cierras por debajo de eso, esto literalmente va a ser un SFP, y este SFP podría acabar dándote un movimiento más agresivo a la baja. Pero por ahora, Momentum está apuntando para arriba en temporalidades cortas. Definitivamente somos bajistas en temporalidades medias y largas, como digo, 5 días, semana, 2 semanas. La mensual empieza a ponerse un poco dicey, pero no hay nada aquí todavía que nos diga y nos esté gritando gravedad. XRP se ve bien, pero también Bitcoin, o sea, de cierta forma, ¿no? Bitcoin también se ve bien por acá, aunque está encontrando resistencias de todos lados. Tenemos un poco de eso. Y de nuevo, mañana tenemos el gráfico de 5 días acá. Esto es muy importante para todos ustedes. Si mañana no podemos cerrar por encima de acá, de los 105, perdón, aquí, de los 105,500, que es básicamente casi donde estamos. ¿Qué es lo que está pasando? Convertiste esto que fue soporte en resistencia acá en los 106 y eso te va a llevar más para abajo. Así que hay varias cosas a las que estar pendientes en este mercado de cripto y de acciones para todos ustedes y poder encontrar los trades que están buscando. Entonces, por ahora, parece que estamos teniendo unos buenos rebotes en todo. ¿Se van a quedar o no? Algo muy interesante y que me gustó mucho, estoy viendo a Rivian ahorita. Yo había puesto mi objetivo de este año, déjenme les comparto esto, no tienen que ver mi jeta horrenda. Yo les había compartido este objetivo de los 18 y les dije, para mí esto va a topear por acá en los 20, porque sería el movimiento más predatorio. Si viene por acá, voy a vender mi Rivian, ¿ok? Este no es el final breakout de Rivian, este en mi opinión no lo es todavía, pero eso sí, en la de 5 días tienes esta acción. Esta es la primera vez que está expandiendo esta vela. En la mensual sigues apuntando para abajo. La de 2 semanas está reventando a la alza ahorita. Todavía faltan 2 semanas, me parece, para cerrar. Exactamente. La semanal está empezando a empujar a la alza también y estás por encima del promedio del 100. Recuerda, el 200 todavía nunca lo has tocado, el 100 nunca le has hecho un SFP y es lo que yo estoy buscando para después ir a la baja. A fin de cuentas, de nuevo, van a tener los peores resultados este cuarto de mucho tiempo y lo mismo va con Tesla y lo mismo va con todos. Así que sigo siendo paciente. Este rebote de hoy está divertido para encontrar cortos, en mi opinión, pero si ustedes ya son completamente alcista, pues encontrar dónde podemos encontrar esas zonas de breakout que antes algo ha roto para poder dar continuación. Y Lucid, puta madre, Lucid todavía. Es que, güey, el arma de pedo Lucid. Ya compramos aquí abajo, chido, y ahora anda por acá arriba. Vamos a seguir esperando todavía lo que tiene que pasar. Y básicamente, ya, tíos. No, hombre, es la caída de la inteligencia artificial, de acuerdo a Jeff Bezos y todo eso. Qué bueno que el oro lo vendieron todos para comprar Bitcoin. ¿Se acuerdan de ese gran rumor? Aquí va el oro. Una vez que rompa los 4,120, va a reventar una vez más para acá, a los 4,600. Y el oro está cerca de máximos históricos. Lo que está dándonos una corrección que se me hace bastante interesante es esto, ¿eh? El dólar está pintando esto, ¿no? Un fake out que va a caer a la baja y a la verga, ¿no? Ahí es donde quedó después de que había tenido expansión de volatilidad en la semanal y ahora está yéndose un poco de ladito, pero continúa. Bien, ¿por qué es importante esto? Porque el dólar continúa siendo bastante alcista y se los digo, una vez que llegue al 102 va a ser muy tarde. Reventar aquí ya el nivel de los 100, 200, 100.200 va a ser la primera indicación de que algo gordo está a punto de pasar. ¿Y por qué lo digo? Porque el dólar se está fortaleciendo, pero con el peso en este momento parece ser castigado. Esto me hace pensar que lo que estamos viendo ahorita es más una corrección que una tendencia o dirección del mercado. Pero está por probar si tenemos que ver cómo funciona y cómo jala todo esto. Y pues con eso los voy a dejar el día de hoy, damas y caballeros. Vean mis pelos blancos. Tengo ya que cortarme el pelo. Ese es el desmadre en esta casa. Es que no me lo corto, no me pongo nada de gel. O sea, literalmente me vale verga el mundo. Pero pues ya, o sea, simplemente para vivir rico. Me voy a ir a la playa. Iba a hacer nadie me preguntó hoy. Me muero de ganas de hacerlo, pero no me voy a dejar hacerlo estando tan, no sé, distraído por las pendejadas de la gente, que es mi culpa. No debo de dejarme, oh, es que ellos, güey, son... No, esto es mi culpa y no lo quiero hacer. Entonces, voy a ir a la playa a despejar mi mente, a pasarla bien y los voy a ver mañana aquí 100%, a menos de que no pueda salir de la locura. Espero que sí, no veo por qué no. Ya me siento mucho más tranquilo después de vent, ¿no? Porque a mi mujer no le puedo explicar nada de lo que estoy viendo acá, no le interesa nada de esto. Por eso se llama Nadie me preguntó, pero también no quiero estar intenso de madre. Así que para todos los que entendieron la broma del principio del en vivo, gracias por estar aquí conmigo y compartir. Gracias, gracias, gracias de corazón por todas mis pendejadas, por aguantar todas mis pendejadas. Y pues nos vemos mañana, si todo sale bien. A menos de que este pendejo esté simplemente traumado, que no creo. Se nos pasa rápido todas estas pendejadas. Lo voy a poner a leer su librito para que se me relaje en la arena, en lo que le pega el sol en las tetas y vámonos para adelante. Pórtense bien y al pendiente con esta inflación, brother. No, les mando un abrazo. Cuídense.